ago, I met this speech pathologist, Antoine Stanley, and I mentioned that he should consider to sing. He laughed, and I gave him my email. Years later, I received an email from Antoine saying he would like to sing. With no song, I sent the Wolfpack and a camera crew. The result? Remarkable.
I said wait for the moment, gone home, went to bed, while the other kids, they're still outside. I don't feel time when I sleep, so I snuggle up with my sheet and wait for a brighter day. I play football tomorrow with only my best friends, people I like, but I don't love, are not allowed. I wonder if Sharon will see me, but I'll play cool, 'cause cool is what you have to do. It's hard to make a point when you're living so loud. Turn it down. Trying to get my friend excited about not being invited. I say that's an opportunity. But down, I smile. Listen, down, I smile. It was so nice to get a call. Sharon, I'm good at stuff, and you're into stuff. Ooh, let's make products. Oh, I'm a product guy, and you're a produce girl. I said the money will be spent. I'm to the grooves that turn you off. Bassman. Ooh, bring it down. Let's make products. Oh, yeah. I'm a product kind of guy. You're a produce kind of girl. I say money will be spent. Oh, I'm attuned to the groove. That's her
I hope not accidentally. That would be impressive. You'll fall over onto the link. Hey, everybody.
Great take. Let's use it.
Accidentally fell on the wasted stream. How's everyone doing today? Apparently my voice is similar to yesterday.
Yeah.
Mr. Marazin, do okay-ish. Good except for breathing, which is not good at the moment. Chest infection is real. It is a thing. I do. Or would, if it wasn't for the fact that Quiche Lorraine has been... I know I was right. You don't need to tell me that, Black Sheep. I wouldn't have been recommending it if I didn't think that €5 was a pretty easy price to pay for it. Just make sure you grab MXAO as well, because that adds a fair bit too. Does some nice shading where shadows are missing, looking awkward on edges and so on, especially with SE. But in the end, all of this stuff is usable with any program in the grand scheme of things. Just happens to work quite nicely with Space Engineers. I would recommend, because you probably won't have done it yet, go and look at an LCD screen. Go and put a screen down. See what it does to those. It was that when I noticed what it does to the like the large grid LCD panels, I was like, right, okay, I can't play Space Engineers without this now. It looks so much better. It actually makes them transparent. Partially. It makes them look like they're a screen. Hey, Mortissimus. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I hope things improve a bit at least. And a random one, but you're more likely to be interested than most. I ended up trying out one of those fresh from China clone Shure microphones. Another boy joins the crew. I cannot tell a difference between it and the real one. Nice one, Bob. Thank you. So yeah. Let me just adjust this a bit, but yeah, as far as I can tell, it's real. It's not a fake, it is actually a real one. Don't know where they got it from, but yeah. You see what I mean, though? Is you take one look at one of those LCDs and you're like, right, okay, so this actually has lighting and shading on it. It's not just a flat PNG of a single color. Is there a reason for him? What's real? A microphone that's being sold for 1/5 of the price it normally costs, and is fake, but is also not fake. I don't know. Hard to test microphones at the moment because my voice sounds fucked up. Still. Unfortunately, I think buildings with people in them is a fairly common place to be. And I think that's why we have buildings, is so people can go in them. That one might be difficult to avoid, Mortizimus. Thank you, Beldanic. Yes, our random new colonist from the end of last night. And people are stealing all the nice armor, and they shouldn't be. I might actually have to bother setting up clothing policies. Because I'm quite lazy. Okay, so actually I need to check that that's also allowing them to wear normal clothes. Yeah, for the most part. Cool, so anybody who is not a melee dude can become a soldier. Which I believe is those 5 are the melee, and then Omnom is still shotgun. Right, good stuff. I mean, why is 7... obviously, in the stairwell, not great. But why is 7 PM antisocial? I would put forward that 7 PM is a pretty damn social time to be doing that sort of thing. It's not during people's work, and it's not so late that they'll be asleep. Like, when else are they going to do it? What is the better time? Ignoring the police for a second. As I said, ignoring the place for a second, 7 PM seems pretty damn social to me. No one's going to be working. They'll have finished. To be honest, at least in the UK, to be using nuisance noise laws, so noise pollution laws, noise nuisance laws, etc., has to be after 10 PM. Eight is not enough. Well, look, as someone who essentially works on a night schedule, I can say, screw the fucking lot of you, you're all antisocial. Man, a damn noise I have to sleep through every single day that no one gives a damn about, because screw you if you work nights. You're not part of the norm, so fuck you. Oh, good. Oh my God. Drop pods with enemies in. Unfortunately, it's 6 PM. All right, begin emergency procedures, I guess. Who's nearby? Baraki, you can eat later. Go get that door shut immediately. Oh, crap. My usual tricks are not going to work. I did get a new Doomsday rocket launcher. I guess let's see how bad it is. It's pretty bad. It's less bad than I thought. A lot of those drop pods contained wall. Thank God. So we have a prox activator, a low shield, which means I can't even shoot in there. We have a timed activator. No. They've got high shield and a low shield. Cool. You are arseholes. And of course, because Cassandra hates me, they've got a mortar. This is not too bad in the grand scheme. They have no mech drop pods, so I'm literally dealing with 2 centipede gunners, 2 centipede blasters, and 1 scorcher, and then the turrets. I should be able to pull all of the mechs themselves away. Oh wait, and we've got 2 capsules that will open as soon as we start the fight. Well, I remember when these were first introduced. So the way Tynan thinks of the mech clusters is they're supposed to be a puzzle. So there's multiple different variants of them, and the layouts they arrive in aren't random. They pull from a list of layouts that they can arrive as. And those layouts are always intended to be a puzzle in some way. That's how Tynan originally described this. The idea is each one of these is supposed to have a weakness of some sort. There is a way to solve the puzzle. And I think the answer with this one is very much to do with the fact that he's dropped walls all over it. So if I'm in here, the only turrets that can shoot me is that one. So there is room to sort of clear this compartmentalized. Even more so with where it landed. I've got lots of ways of avoiding lines of turret fire. You know, I can come up here and lob grenades around the corner. Same from there. I should be able to lob grenades in without alerting anybody. There's a little Tesla on at the back. Oh. The problem with leaving this for the next raid is, A, it interrupts my ability to move around the map pretty bad. And B, raids are dumb, and all they're going to do is trigger it, then get killed by it, and then I have to deal with it at a time I don't get to pick. I have to deal with it when the raid comes. I don't get to go, oh no, I'll deal with it now. Honestly, it's not a particularly bad one at all. Just a lot of mechanoids to fight. Which I'm going to have to do back here. We'll have to pull them into this area. Okay, Baraki, go continue to... Have you shut your door? No, he's going to do it. Who is death resting? Just Omnom? It's not bad. Dragonbox, you're not death resting, are you? Cool. Do we have a weapon for you? Do we have a beating stick? A wooden beating stick is no use. Not really. No, that's Svetlana, who is in second trimester. I think we just deal with this immediately. Everyone's in a good mood. It's night time, so we're getting our buffs. Not quite that once you know them all, you have a solution to all of the marathon. More that there are solutions to them all. You might not necessarily possess the things to pull off the solution, but there is always one. No, I'm pretty sure the phrase danger zone existed prior to the existence of the Kenny Loggins song. Otherwise, why would he have named it that? Okay, then what we do need to do is figure out where my EMP grenades went, unless people are still carrying them. Nope, we need to go find the EMPs. Mechanoids have woken up. What? Why? I am confused. Okay, that makes things more interesting. I mean, more interesting and arguably easier. Why have you got a tornado generator? Yep, there's a random meditation spot down there. That'll do it. The nice thing about this is they're going to charge me. They're going to come, all the mechs themselves are going to come for me, which means that we can deal with them straight away rather than having to go down there and fight them off in the distance. Scythers being useful will be the fastest, and so arrive first. What are you warning me about? There's nothing down there. I am confused. Oh, for Pete's sake. Really? You've beaten up my power line? Why? Scythers, that's cheating. You can't have two of you on one square. Oh, that's not great. let's go. We ain't got no time for messing around here. What are you? Scorcher. No. Kill it. Rocky. Kill the Stalk Scorcher. November, get outside. Macintosh. Jump this asshole. Scorcher's dead. Now we just got to deal with the centipedes that are coming in at pace. Stop that. Don't like it. We got shieldless people in front of the miniguns. Yeah, we're still out of line of sight of this stuff. So I just need to now get someone up there. Svetlana. No line of sight. November. Jump. Baraki. Random slugger turret beating us up, but otherwise not looking too bad. Baraki's not looking great. November's kind of low as well. Come on, guys, hurry up and kill them. Big blooming lumps of health. Max got one. Alright, everyone go heal for a bit. Can't help but notice, Vog, A, I have 2,687 metal. So I don't really have any need to slag them down. B, how many mechanoid corpses do you see stacking up the map? Got like one I've just killed. Oh, it's none. Maybe this is because they're getting slagged down. He was cowering. It's because I undrafted him in front of the centipede, so he ran off scared. That's not medical treatment, guys. That's a bath. That's a different thing. Oh, they're turrets. They've got two. We were in range of this one. The only one that couldn't shoot us was the auto-charge turret down here. Yeah, specifically a sudsy bath. Plenty of soap. It's gonna be comfortable, I'm sure. Everyone have a good time. Breaking down mechanoids is honestly a bit of a trap, because you only get components from the really big ones. Not even a centipede is going to give you components when it's broken down. It's just metal. Sometimes your centipedes might give you a little bit of plasteel as well. Yep, there will be. There's a reason I've not gone down there. Although the capsules might have opened already, because it is active. They would like to purchase 310 herbal medicine. Lol. It's not just that, it's the fact that would you believe they want to purchase 310? How much do you think I have? I have 312. This is basically, Cassandra would like to buy me out of my herbal meds. Do you agree with this? Yes, no? Yeah, I have some actual medicine too, so we could potentially do it. For another Euroformer and a marine helmet, but... Yeah, our problem being we can't really regrow it very quickly at the moment because we're in giant smoke cloud volcanic winter. Yep, full HP helmet, and it's good. And you know we're going to end up using a psychic animal pulsar again, so that's hardly going to go to waste. Hydroponics might be an option, but I don't have it researched. And we're not exactly flush on power. So what I'd probably do is do sun lamps and a growing field, as opposed to... What I could just do is put a sun lamp out here. What's the second radius? Maybe, yeah. Dunno. Oh well, in 0.3 days, we're going to get some more, another centipede and another scyther. Are we using nice meds on bruises? Please don't. Veraki's missing a kidney and a thumb. Right, who wants to give us a kidney? A right kidney. You got kidneys? Yep, you got kidneys. I'll have a kidney, please. He chatted about, look, they plot. They know what they're doing. Baraki? November's over here. How exactly are you talking to them? November? You actually any good as a doc? You're not. Can you not do that surgery, please? Can, in fact, someone else do that surgery? Someone who's good at surgery. Thank you. That way we get the kidney without killing the person. It works much better that way. Once they're fully healed, we'll send them down and we'll just sit around this corner here. Encourage the guys to come visit us. I'm not scared of the slugger, I'm just scared of this thing. The Mega TV, we don't have a Mega TV. We got one of those like, I mean, 60s ones with the big clunky clicky knobs. And at no point should we question or ask in any way what TV is being broadcast on this RimWorld. Hey, Mr. Scyther. Mr. Canada, where are you going? You're going out to meet the Scyther. No, no thank you. How about we send our good friend to meet the Scyther? Yo, Mr. Scyther. This thing's a lot scarier than a Scyther. He's here to beat your face in. I see you're missing a foot and an arm already. Good, good. Mr. Canada, please don't shoot the Scyther. You two come hang around out here, wait for the centipede to show up. No, no, the centipede's going somewhere weird. What are you doing? Endless Friends reruns. It's just Hypnotoad. Where is this dude going? Hey, Mr. Centipede, come back. Don't know where you're off to, but come back. I want to fight. Should we fight? Let's have a ruckus. Hey, surprise. Look, you big lump of health, die. Oh, you can only deconstruct them. You can't move them. I would have taken a low shield. Alright folks, everyone's allowed back out again. Well done. When I say well done, Mac basically did everything. But no, because absolutely do not want to end up in a scenario where we activate. Like this one made sense to activate. Some of the other ones, you really don't want to activate them until you're ready for it. So this one worked out okay. In future, it might not. Like, I think if we get one of these mech drops, but instead of this sort of layout, it's got like a couple of Diablos in it. And so by auto-activating it, we send 2 literal siege units at our base without any warning. It could go bad. However, it has given me a trick because I don't need to drop recreation and meditation spots around the map. I can just remote activate mechs by putting one down. So like, I want you to wake up now. So that definitely has some value. It's not so poor. Yeah, no pawns were outside. Oh, nice. These guys will literally buy any old garbage. Early PM. Only thing is, I would rather come out of this. We're still looking for a, I mean, you know what it's called, Resurrector Serum. So I would really like to be making money, even though this is obviously a pretty decent trade in my favour. I don't know, Arathon. Not that I'm aware of, no. But that's difficult because I completed base RimWorld before any expansions were released. So I completed RimWorld with the standard get off the planet with using the spaceship before RimWorld hit 1.0. So I've always had that little flag saying I have completed it. So I don't know. That little tick box that says you have indeed waited for the sun. It would not surprise me if Arco Nexus is hidden behind you have to escape once normally first. Because in order to do 1/3 of Arco Nexus, you have to already be ready to leave the planet. Arco Nexus is essentially get to the point where you could end the game 3 times. And each time do it again. I could definitely see that being hidden behind needing to have done it at least once prior. How do you do all ending runs? I'm not sure how that works, because the ending is an ending. As in, when you get to the ending, the game ends. You can't continue. I suppose you could get the default vanilla ending and then continue. Because that one does allow you to keep playing the colony after people have left. But Arco Nexus doesn't. At least I don't think it does. Because, Arco has to come last. Because Arco, you sell your final colony. You sell your colony 3 times in a row, so there is no one left behind in Arco Nexus. Okay, so you do everything and you end with an Arco Nexus. That makes sense then. Because I was just like, yeah, I'm sure Arco Nexus just blocks you out. You get absorbed by the machine. There's no one left. Ironically, the closest thing you've got to an NG plus Arco Nexus is what I'm doing now. No, Arathon. You only get to keep 3 people. You need to get your colony up to 350,000 value, and then you sell it and everybody in it except for 3 people that come with you to the next one. Okay, fair. So it's definitely not locked out then. Although one would argue that by the time you're at 150k colony wealth, you may well have already completed the game, because it is 150k colony wealth is entirely possible that you've already built the ship. You know what I mean? Maybe that's changed, don't know. Well, then I guarantee you, Mr. Badger, that you will not enjoy Arco Nexus, because in Arco Nexus you've got to do that 3 times over. You've got to give up all you've built 3 times over. And 350,000 colony wealth is a lot. Yeah, I mean, true, it can be a bit varied, Tremaine. I mean, we're looking at what? What are we at? about 250k colony wealth, and we still live in a cave with rock walls. Statue wealth is not actually that high. Oh, this is a sandstone statue. It's worth 177. You could, Arathon, yeah. Hey, Cherry. Entirely plausible. Good night, sheep. No, no. Dragon box. You arse. No, moving holiday to a different grave. We're shifting the we're changing this kitchen. This kitchen is going to become prisoner only storage, and we'll have a nutri paste set up down here instead of the proper cooking setup, because these guys can survive on nutri paste. A bit more efficient. Then I can slowly redesign what's going on down here. No, not in there. Do we even know how to nutri-paste? We do. Yeah, Tremaine, they've got to be doing something weird to work around the Arconexus stuff in order to make that work. So it sort of makes... I mean, to be honest, if you've played Arconexus, you know that Arconexus itself is quite confused by the selling of the colony. Your ideology gets very, very wonky when you keep selling your colony. Because it's... I don't think it's the same colony. I think the way Arconexus works is when you sell the colony, it does literally start kind of a new game and copies the details over. But that copy means that you end up with an ideology that isn't the ideology you had before. It's just named the same as the one you had before. It gets very funky with fluid ideology and that combined. What's the stuff called? Oh, is it marriage time? Lovely. You know, I should probably consider putting down a marriage spot. Didn't make it very well. And get married on top of the meals. I think I've probably got one, but it's going to be somewhere dumb. Oh no, I thought it was in this corridor, but it's gone, so maybe I don't. A little bit, Tremaine. Not much, but a little. Oh, we're just going to do it in the corridor. Yes, yes. And pretend that there are more guests than there actually are. Yeah, the problem with it is that there is very little connection between the colonies. It's not much different to everyone playing with the same seed and just chatting about it. Time to get out of bed, Mathis. We got shenanigans in the corridors to deal with again. Can you hurry up and finish the wedding, please? Yep, food delivery time. Hello. There's only one or two of you, isn't there? California, no, don't go to your bed. Not now. Macintosh, Iraqi, November. Right. Let us welcome them to the party. Yep, they do like breaking my walls. And what's your thoughts on your bedroom right now? Comfortable, at least. Boo! The Bucket Man. Boo. Racky, where do you live? Anyone remember where Bracky lives? I thought he was in this bed, but it says it's unowned. Okay, now Max got inspired trade. That is useful. With the social skill of 18. Look at that, I mean, 20, 19, 18. And ironically, I don't seem to be able to get it any higher than this. This seems to be about as far as it will let you. Not sure. Oh, I found Bracky. The fool, so confused. Ooh. 8.4 days. Also, Macintosh is currently chilling with the glucozoid rush. Five. They came from above. The bit we conveniently can't see in RimWorld. Yeah, but I don't think it actually shows you the roofs, does it? Winter is coming. Volcanic winter. Which has been going, by the way, for multiple months. With a bit of luck, they'll send one of those... they'll send one of these things out, but volcanic winter. So that I can... just have permanent volcanic winter here as well. That would be fantastic. No, because it's our ID religion. Not him. He is from somewhere weird. So quite the opposite. They are loving it. Even for the Umis, this is worth... Let's find... Look at him. Oh, he's asleep, so he doesn't get it. But yeah, they like the dark light. They actually get a buff from being in the dark light now. So, here you go. And just sign that Cass at the moment is being a pain in the backside. You've got Insect Hive and Mech Cluster play present at the same time. Go away, Cassandra. Let me build my spaceship in peace. Well, actually, at the moment, everyone's night owl. Because they like the dark. And there is no negative for being awake at night. For normal people. Normal people aren't like, yeah, but I'm a day walker, so you're not allowed to make me work at night. So you just put everyone on night owl schedule. You won't, like... Okay, so my vamps, the ones we started as, they can't make new vamps at all. They're not bitey vampires, they're hereditary vampires. Well, Duff. He can have a debuff all he likes. He's got a debuff because if you look on his schedule, he should be in bed right now. He's just not. It is currently 1600. Big face, 1600. Bedtime. He's just ignoring me. Because he doesn't need sleep. So yeah, the vampires we started with can't bite people. So far, we only have... So far, we've got 2 vampires. Mac became a vampire, a proper one, and has bitten Baraki. So far, Mac has 8.1 days until she can bite her second person, and Baraki has 18.3 days until he can bite his first person. So the vampires will spread. However, due to the fact that Mac is not just any old vampire, Mac is partially hereditary vampire and partially xenogerm vampire, she has this. She eats at 175% hunger rate. If I make our entire colony vampires, not only will we not have the blood to feed them, I also won't have the food to feed them. However, for those that aren't aware, to make this even more confusing, Svetlana, in third trimester, well, Svetlana didn't get it on with another vampire. You know, like Whiskey in California and Sirocco and November and Holiday. Svetlana didn't get it on with another vampire. Svetlana got it on with a human. So Svetlana's not having a vampire kid. Svetlana's having whatever that is. There's a really important thing that's disappeared. Cancer's gone. But no, there's something else that's gone as well. Here, let me show you a normal vampire. Well, not a normal vampire. Let me show you one of our standard dudes. Svetlana's kid ain't got fangs. Yep, kid is no longer a baby maker. And also, don't have fangs. So now they're just a blood drinker, not a vampire anymore. Still needs blood to survive, still needs to drink blood to survive, but cannot collect it themselves. Not to hereditary genes, no. Germline genes are hereditary. They're only passed on naturally. Well, that's what I was about to say. But we do have the thing where Mac could bite the kid. And the kid would... What's the differences here that we keep that vampires don't normally have? The super clotting, basically, is about it. Quick study. And robust. I don't think vampires have robust. Oh, no, they do. So it would be a vampire with super clotting and quick study. I'm kind of intrigued to see what the game calls it. gotta be honest with you, these storage things are kind of annoying. Because colonists won't go and get gear off of them. You got to do it manually. They won't go and automatically get stuff. So it's like, cool. So I just want to, if I use these, they're just kind of keeping gear away from my colonists. Thank you. Hadn't spotted that. That's helpful. Melenos. No, no, no. No blooming LTEX stuff for random people. Put it down. Why would I want to remove pipes and cables? The pipes and cables are here for a reason. I don't understand why I would want to take my base apart. What is that, Fog? We have 49 components. Oh, god damn it, you stupid kids. I have a forbidden pile that had 24 components in it that I was saving. And as they've been hauling the components, they've been putting them into the forbidden pile. Which I would argue is not something they should be able to do. The pile is forbidden. I wasn't forbidding you from taking it, I was forbidding you from using it at all. And 100% is needed. What? Runs the air conditioning. Anyway, I was wondering why they weren't getting anything built that used components. And it's because it's been slowly stacking up in that one pile, instead of letting me just save some. To me, that sounds like a good opportunity for us to do a bit of... death rest accelerators for everyone. So how are we going to do this? I like having the paste dispenser kind of sticking out the wall so they can just wander up and grab it. So I guess a bit like that. Or I can put it in there, move the doors around a bit. Oh, Baraki, you have a death rest casket. Congratulations. November. Both unbound. Unbound. Svetlana. Cool. Just checking I've not done anything dumb. Later, Mortissimus. Hope you have a better day tomorrow. Can you put a sun lamp outside and it's alright? I can't remember if it's one of those ones that has problems in the rain. The two other branches no longer go anywhere. What? What two other branches? You have a little bit of piping there for aircon, and then underneath that power in a place that I'm about to completely redo, so you have no idea whether it's going anywhere or not. Are you talking about these two squares here of sandstone plumbing? No, I'm really, really not bothered. That's what we call wasting our colonists' time. Can catch fire from... Yeah, alright, so sun lamp outside is not the way. Maybe make a sun lamp room in here. It's a little bit further away than I'd like, but... roof that over easily enough. Roof the whole thing over and put sun lamps in. Still pretty meh. -10. Everything out there is going to die. And this, Cassandra, is why I wasn't giving you my medicine. Oh, interesting, Palador. Yeah, I can see that, how that could work. How did Mathis end up with that bloody room? He's just a random dude, Mathis. Yeah, and 51 normal meds. I'd probably be okay. It's the highest level you can get Psylink to. For progress on Kiddo, we are in 3rd trimester. Svetlana has an excellent sandstone grip entitled Victory of Macintosh. Oh yeah, we nicked it, didn't we? I didn't actually make a new one. Dragonbox is not yet pregnant again. Yet. I suspect it will not be long. Mine for me, Mr. Canada. You teaching some crafting. You don't know shit about crafting, Macintosh. What are you teaching crafting for? Will that seal the room? Ugh. Ugh. That's pretty horrible. I'm moving it one back because I want to not block the path through here. Okay, screw the excellent cribs. Masterwork. Entitled number P5. P5 is not a number, Macintosh. Please. Someone needs to stop this lady from being responsible for teaching the children. P is not a number. Furniture bears a depiction of a line surrounded by triangles. The work represents the artist's distance. You're a fucking weirdo. That's what you are. It is a masterwork, you're not wrong. Om nom with the inspired surgery. Whoa. Well, first things first, that means we fix... Who was missing a lung? That was a kidney, wasn't it? Baraki's missing a kidney, but he's death resting. We might want to integrate a little corridor that connects around here a bit better as well. Maybe move the aircon units outside. Claim internal area for ourselves because they're moving around a bit. A fennec fox is hunting whiskey. Is it now? Is it now? Back. Animals have opted to die. Fox won't taste good. No. No, I don't think so. You don't know exactly, Dragonvox. There is no specific timer. Ah, we did tame the boom rat. Mr. Boom Rat. Go away. Congratulations, you may go and die in the hole along with the rest of them. Okay, we have double inspired surgery. We have 2 15 skill medics with inspired surgery. Is it time? Not that, I will be honest with you, not that we're going to get the Fool to do it. Because the Fool has dementia, you see. Meanwhile, Omnom does not. Which is a pretty good reason to get someone other than the Fool to do the surgery. Or who it was supposed to be given to. Is this for me? Do I cut my own leg? What? Congratulations, prisoners, on your new nutrient paste-based diet. That's correct. You will like it. And why are we just feeding him insect? No, no, no. That insect meat's valuable. We need that. Okay, now Punty has inspired. Okay, 3 inspired surgeries. All right. There is room for one more blood donor, but I don't need one at the moment. Blood is looking just fine. Oh, no, not yet. Hold up, Mac. Not yet. Need Mr. Canada to finish. Sep, you suck. Really, someone rescued the dropped EMP grenades before the colonist. No! You fucking arse. Absolutely 100% not. No, you're going to go and take him again. No. We might end up having to get a mod that lets me handle that because it's bloody annoying. Stop using... yeah. What type of medicine should be given to this person? Well, that very much depends on what sort of injury they have. Stop using nice medicine on bruises. Yeah, I know there is. There's a few mods that handle it. It's just pissing me off. Slightly amazed that it's still a base game feature, but I know why. Tynan doesn't want you to be efficient with that. Yeah, Farm Assist would be the one I'd normally use. You're not the quickest researcher in the world, are you? Hey, Lydia. Potato man. I see. I see. Cassandra? Stop it. Go away. That's good. And to be honest, I'll always welcome a reason to go back to RimWorld. Fun is not very much in as far as mood is concerned. +8 is okay. It could be better. Yeah, he's been lurking. Thank you for the sub, by the way, man. You're welcome, Nitrofish. So we had a fun party and a fun festival. Getting there. I'm going to give people a few moments to get some food. Because whoa, you double whammy. No, don't have a bath. You're in the room already. All the -54. Not sure if this was the intent for how to handle or how to use ideology, but it's how I'm using ideology. Perfect. Only worth about +20, but it helps. No, nice liver. Soothes are generic. They affect everybody. But I should be alright. I should not need it. We should be able to keep these guys suitably happy. They just need to... So while I was giving them all these festivals, they weren't in the extremely impressive dining room or rec room, so they lost those buffs. Nope, it's on everybody. They can deal with it. It's a -3. It's not... If this is what makes or breaks the colony, I need to play better. And no, it's mostly armor. Ah. Svetlana, when you're in labor, the trick is to go to the hospital. And not just go and have some lunch. When activity is giving birth, you want to be in here. Yeah, Omnom's probably the best stock. And why not send in the kiddos? Good educational content, this. I'm confused. Why is this room not considered clean? Oh well. What, these smooth sandstone walls? Like second nicest wall in the game? I don't think so. Wall type, yeah, okay, if they were smooth marble, that'd be nicer. I gotta be honest with you, if I was about to give birth, I probably would have taken off the marine armor as well. It's a kiddo that is healthy. Oh god, a dirt mole and a high mate. That's going to end up interesting depending on what traits come across. Sure. Xenotype baseliner. No. Not even a little bit. Wait. Oh no, this hasn't kicked in yet. She's not old enough. That's why that's grayed out. I thought we'd lost that because we didn't have fangs, but no, it's just grayed out because she's too young. That doesn't start until you're 3. Supposedly human. I'm not sure that's human. Somewhere in here is a preferred recreation type. I can't remember how to find it. Rooms aren't too large. These rooms are intentionally big enough to provide this. Yeah, I was actually hoping to find meditation type. Yeah, every little bit does start adding up. I mean, hell, we are sitting here underneath a male high psychic drone and everybody's chill. Oh, Big Face is sitting there with his mood bar maxed while underneath a high psychic drone. Because, Well, our wedding, what followed the wedding, and followed the healthy birth of the kiddo. Yeah. Apparently, some things to celebrate on this day. Celebrate repeatedly. I mean, hell, we had Dragon Box when the Fool lost a kid and they had so many kids left over, they still didn't get it. Although we are in a dangerous place. We're in a colony that's got 4 children. Not gonna lie, Cass. Thanks for the drone. Drones don't even show up on this. Git. No, there's 4 children at the moment. You say so far, no, because the chances are one's gonna get old enough before another child can be born at this point. As no one is currently pregnant. We are yet to have twins. No, I told you before. We're moving the bathroom setup. I'm going to use almost this entire space for bathrooms and hot tub and like. So these will be shower toilet combos. And then I will do a couple of bathrooms, and then at the bottom we'll have sauna plus swimming pool. Or am I being... No, I'm being cheap, aren't I? Let's make nicer bathrooms. Let's make the bathrooms fancier, not less fancy. Interesting. Yeah, it's 25 hives. We got 6 days to think about it, but I'm not that scared of 25 hives. As long as I cycle whichever melee person is at the front. Why not do personal bathrooms for each bedroom? Because I find you can get a better buff. And in reality, the bedrooms, if you look at my base layout, the bedrooms are actually intentionally quite a decent way away from everything. They're off in one corner somewhere. Because they'll... I don't want them to be repeatedly going back to their rooms in order to go to the toilet. Or whatever. If we have it nice and central, they can use it any time during the day from any of the locations. Yeah, but an Archotech leg is an Archotech leg. And honestly, the sub-persona core can be useful at times. And 453 plasteel? We'll use that. Right, we're not that far before plasteel starts becoming our limiting factor. Plasteel, gold, and uranium become the limits. Like, plasteel in Archotech leg is pretty damn good on its own. The sub-persona core is just an extra benefit. These other two are a bit crap. The gold's not bad, but I've already got 309. I'm not limited on gold. I mean, I do have 1,132 plasteel as well, and 607 uranium. Like, I've kind of been preparing for fabrication for a while. Maybe the gold is the better option. The fact that the gold comes along something... I would have been down for the drill arm if we still had Ellie. I wanted to see how fast Ellie could go with a drill arm. At the moment, no one's pregnant. No, the little green icon is showing that the pawn is inspired. The reason there is so many of them is because when inspirations come when you can keep the mood of a colonist up really, really high, they get inspired. I run my colonies at max mood all the time, so I'm always sitting there with a ton of inspirations for stuff. Because the mood is so high in general in the colony, I basically get it when on cooldown, because there is a cooldown for it. Yeah, it's supposed to be a little light bulb. High mood is almost always this. What I always have high mood because I give my colonists time to get their mood up. I think one of the easiest mistakes to make in RimWorld is just people run their colonists too hard. They're just like, no, work, must get stuff done fast. If I don't do it fast, then I'm falling behind. Go. And the problem is, then the raid comes in and you don't lose to the raid because you weren't prepared. No, you've got all the stuff built. You lose to the raid because your guys are so on edge that they can't take standing outside and fighting for 4 hours without everyone breaking. Babysitting your colonist mood is a winning strat. I mean, I suppose it's a combination of babysitting your colonist mood being a winning strat and a little bit of it's not necessarily the mood directly, but the indirect effects of having everybody happy all the time end up stacking. And then what you have to do as a counterpoint to sort of make up for the fact that you're not giving your colonists much time, they're spending a lot of time doing rec, is to then do everything in your power to ensure that your colonists waste as little time as possible. So I've just noticed, for example, just little efficiencies. Like having the meals stacked next to the table. Even if some of them expire sometimes, even if they end up running out. The efficiency of having someone being able to go, meal table. Why? Right. I don't. I suppose it makes no difference. There's no difference between a nutrient paste and a simple meal. You guys, you don't get any buffs, so you're just as happy with that as anything else. 8 cooked fungus. Who rescued the... God damn it. Yes, carry the explosive thing out the base, please. Thank you. It's all a big circular effect. Good job. Mr. Canada, why are you... Oh, okay. That would be why. Mr. Doggo. Feel free to have access to aid with hauling. Sorry, excuse me. A group of poor travellers, including a child, are approaching looking for help. The travellers are begging for 70 herbal medicine. They need the medicine to attempt a life-saving operation on a fellow traveller who was attacked by mechanoids. That's not how that works. I don't need blood bags. We have blood bags. Every extra person we bring in is another mouth to feed. And that's not just a problem from a food perspective. We have to physically go and feed these people. Colony's long-term goal? We eventually build ourselves a grav ship grand enough for us to all leave. Lol. What have we got this time? Oh no. The kiddo kept the major cell instability and most of the other stuff, but still lost the fangs. I'm very surprised Dragonbox isn't pregnant again already. Oh no, Dragonbox and the Fool are death resting. This is why there's no other pregnancies going on. They're death resting together. Kid lost death rest as well. What? Weird. A vampire without death rest. That's strange. Wait, she's got coagulate but doesn't have the other one. Also has 2 hair genes. Weird random shenanigans going on in this colony. No strong melee. Ooh, so this is the first of potentially a shootsy vampire type. Perhaps. I don't know. Still weird. Oh, that's a good point. Or this is twins. Oh yeah, the problem with this colony is we are 100% in danger territory when it comes to Cassandra. Cassandra, right now, does not want me having this many colonists and is going to start doing everything in her power to kill someone. And I don't mean everything in her power from a nice way. It's not like, oh, someone will get a nasty wound in combat. No. Something dumb and kind of cheesy is going to kill someone. Something one-shotty. More like the heart attack. Yeah, I like large colonies, but Cass is going to be rigging the dice. Well, I'll tell you this. I've already decided that when I send Macintosh for surgery, I'm actually going to save the game. Because I reckon at this point, it's something like a 60 to 70% chance that that surgery doesn't just fail, it kills Mac. Regardless of how much buff I give it. It is a prime opportunity for Cassandra to just do her silly dice roll stuff and go, yep, that killed him. Sorry. It's done now, nothing you can do. But, and I don't particularly... Deathless will make it hard, and yet I bet you... It's not dev mode gameplay, it's just explicitly, I might... That's one scenario where I might reload it. Yeah, it'll just chop the head off. It will magically find a way of doing it anyway. When we changed our ideology to be an IDO that loves darkness. I bet you can find a mod that is just Cassandra but with a higher cap. Someone, I mean, hell, I bet you I could make that mod. It's just gonna be a JSON somewhere that needs editing. Because you can change it. Yeah, it'll just be a... Basically, you'd copy Cassandra's teller settings, and then just modify that one thing. No, I don't. I have intentionally stopped research for the time being because my researcher is also my miner. Oh, cool, Tremaine. Good to know. I might check that out then. I'm going to be honest with you, I think I might end up leaving this room here. I'll make it nicer, but I might end up leaving this as Macintosh and Omnom's room. There is something quite useful about having the scary lady sleeping by the front door. Yeah, we'll just take over the whole thing. All right. Oh. I was actually kind of pleased that this just happened, because I'm like, cool, Cass has just used her nasty points on something. That's kind of how I end up thinking of it, is like, Cass has nasty points that build up over time. The speed at which they build up is based upon colony value, colony size, etc., etc. This, 17 of them. A lot of Lancers. Not many Scythers. I would have preferred it the other way around. And we got Ascent. However, no, I wouldn't, because I quite enjoy the game of imagining them in the background, Duke. I know they are a thing. Nasty points is perhaps not the right way of describing it, but I know how Cass's modifiers kind of build and then get expended a bit, and so on. I like kind of trying to keep track of that myself. I consider that to be one of the, you know, that's one of the signs that you've played a lot of RimWorld, you're quite skilled at RimWorld, is being able to semi-guess what the storyteller's about to do. Yeah, there's raid points for the size of the raid, but there's also, like, there's random generation on top of that, and some of her nasty points are more to do with how her background modifiers are working currently. If I called the 25 hives, would they fight? Only if they ran into each other. They wouldn't actively seek each other out, no. It would depend where it ended up, and because don't forget, you know, they're down here. The infestation could appear under mountain anywhere on the map. And there's a lot of underground mountain on this map. Walls, doors, and unfortunately, power lines, they'll go and blow up. But I think most likely the infestation is going to pop up here. That's where they've all been appearing up until this point, so I see no reason why it's suddenly going to have changed. Yep. Yeah, all you got to do is watch Manhunters for a bit, and you can see how they'll follow pawns around the base, on the outside of the base. And you're like, yep, you definitely don't know where I am, do you? No, sorry. Completely invisible. We are going to have to deal with that relatively soon. Both Svetlana and Macintosh need death rest. So, when I say relatively soon, I really do mean it. Before they have to death rest, I think is the deal. Although defoliator's not that scary. It is 8 without table. It's also time for me to have a big quick bio break, so back in one moment. Yeah, that's changed. The pollution. Slightly ironic that 8 Without Table would be followed by one of the most upbeat tracks on the soundtrack. He says, continually forgetting that e-music is not the official music, it's just better. Yeah, this is 1,000 stars and it's great. To the extent that, if you happen to go to the P-Music Soundtrack 2024, you might find, right at the top of the comments, a comment from someone you know that happens to explicitly mention 1,000 stars. No, official soundtrack, P-Music is Pepsin. Whereas the official soundtrack was done by, come on Wasted, kick your brain into gear, you know this, Alistair Lindsay. And Alistair Lindsay's stuff is great, don't get me wrong. But Pepsin's music is also fantastic. And the cool thing about Pepsin's music is while you will not have heard it in RimWorld, he has done a number of other game soundtracks, including the soundtracks for Shapes 1 and 2, which are also very good. Colonists are getting together to celebrate Svetlana and Big Face's marriage. Are they? Are you sure? Because I can't help but notice that Svetlana is currently at school. Svetlana, are you planning on attending your own wedding? No, I'll let her finish the lesson. It was a melee lesson to one of the vamps, so... You want a bit of a work, get that into a nice bathroom area. I might modify this a bit to give myself a bit more space in this corner. Change where things run a tad. I am going to need more room in there, aren't I? Because I don't really have space for the fab bench. Well, time for some base modifications more than anything else. Get it sort of a bit more up to date. Tidy up some of the more messy bits, etc. Because we're actually starting to get some of the walls, or a decent amount of the walls smoothed out, etc. So keep pushing. No, I don't think so, although I should probably, give them full access to at least some of the base. No. You can be going to the danger zone. That was just explicitly the highway that went there. What are you telling me there's no footpath to the danger zone? I think, sir, you will find yourself wrong. Subway to the danger zone? One does not simply walk into the danger zone. Ah, right, I got you. See. I see. Where is the danger zone? At the moment, there. Most of the ash is settled. No! No! My gorgeous volcanic winter has ended. Yeah, technically, it can land there. There is no overhead mountain. Just managed to find the one tiny little hole through the mountain to land in. Which also means that, at least initially, its defoliator presence is going to do nothing. It is going to take a while before it does anything at all. However, oh, I know why it landed there. It wants to defoliate the anima tree. Yeah, especially when you consider that my lead person is a psyker. So it will cause some problems. She's got a plan. In a surprise to no one, Cassandra always has a plan. Some animatory screams. Always good news. Yeah, what's going on? You're correct, I do not have the mod to move the tree. Sounds cheesy. Hey, Scythe. How is life? Nice. Good to hear. Yeah, progress don't hurt. Yeah, I know that feeling. Not only that, but we're also playing a serious business game like RimWorld. No room for funny here. Our blood stocks are slowly going up, not down, so we're definitely fine for blood at the moment. Maybe less so once these two grow up. Speaking of growing up, 10 and 34 days. 7 and 59. 2 and 10 days. So next up is Sirocco. Oh, I've switched the prisoners to nutrient paste. Good night, Tremaine. Not just slopped mushrooms, but slopped mushrooms. And they'll like it. Go deliver your own death rest stuff and go to bed. As an 8-year-old with a death rest accelerator. Bit extreme, I think. I hope these guys wake up before animatory time. She is. Need to wait on Svetlana, but she is. Redundancy, Mr. Stephen, is redundancy. And also, do you know how much a piece of power line costs? Costs 1 steel. Done and already pregnant again. With a more different hybrid. Yeah, between the bunch of them, for sure. Day and a half left on Svetlana. I think we should be alright. Only just. What do you count as a nursery? At the moment, the beds sleep in the rooms with the kids, with their parents. Amazon blood delivery. Welcome aboard. Let me introduce you to your doctor. He is very efficient. First things first, I see you've injured both of your legs so badly we'll have to remove them. Look, there. There we go. Fix that bruise for you right up. However, we are quite short on wood. So I tell you what, let me know if you need the legs. Because otherwise we're going to keep hold of them for now. And yeah, welcome to the colony. This isn't horrific. Sauna cool, yeah. Interesting one. Means that with that I could go and... Oh, fuck, it's Alaskan. Right, wasted. This is Alaskan. Take this into account when you read what he says. Howdy, Alaskan. Honestly, I don't think that one's a joke. That actually doesn't seem much fun. You don't know where I am. That sucks, dude. Any idea what steps comes next? That doesn't sound like something that's going to be quick recovery at the very least. Imagine if way later after Genghis Khan, suddenly you allowed a genetically modified Dominion Klingon hybrid to become a Starfleet officer. Imagine if that was a thing. I mean, ignoring the obvious impossibility of the Dominion having children, given that they're raised through gestation chambers. Ignoring that, think of all the number of things that you would have to completely abandon as core premise of how Starfleet operates. We're not. I'm opening into a barracks-style prison. I'm building more beds and opening the walls up to give us a barracks room. Because if they've got no legs, they definitely don't need independent bedrooms. They're not about to fight each other. They can't. Yeah, but if I take their arms off early, I might lose them. Right now, I have a bunch of spare arms available. Anytime I want. Like a few of these guys, missing more than just other bits. This person's lost a lung. I think this person's missing a kidney. Because sometimes your colonists need lungs and kidneys. And these guys, you know, they're not using them much. I doubt the paste takes much digestion. Yeah, so on a bit of a drive to nicen the place up a bit. Get some more efficiency in here. It's partly sensory overload and partly just to annoy Stephen. I have the malicious compliance tag for a reason. If people keep hassling me about stuff that doesn't really matter, this is where we end up. Although, it is a fair point that these guys do not need nice beds, and while we have lots of wood... Yep. Yes, it is. There's quite a lot of things in here. You sure? Good night, Alaskan. Good to see you. I hope you... Well, yeah, I hope the recovery goes well, mate. These are not wooden beds, Stephen. These are bedrolls. It's fights in time. It's weak. You know that's going to get a lot bigger. go. Hey everybody, it's me, your good friend, Mr. Wasted Space. Surprise! And run away? I didn't set this up in a very good place, did I? And there it is. Fuck you, Cass. Told you it was fucking coming. Yeah, lung and kidney gone. Neither of which kills someone. None of those wounds are fatal. This was the stupid roll again. Yeah, that's what I mean. It destroyed his torso. Let's have a look. Did it now, though? From 2 bruises and 2 gunshots through recon armor. Honestly, a decent portion of that was my fault. I forgot that the yeah, there's your problem. A bruise does 15 damage. What? Yeah, but what? So a bruise does the same damage as a gunshot. An actual wound. Uh-huh. So, what happened here was 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 max damage shots through armor. Please explain. Yeah, but those are both 15 from this. It can only do 15 damage, and 15 is how much damage it does before armor. I get that, but I'm looking at these two 15s. Charge Lance can do 30. But I'm not looking at that. I'm looking at these 15s. From the Heavy Charge Blaster, most damage it can do. Yes, the bruise was. Charge Launch is 30. Perhaps a bruise to the brain is death? That's cool. Do you know anyone with their brain in their torso? I personally don't. I'm fucking annoyed about that. It was my own stupid fault. Partly my own stupid fault. My own stupid fault and the cooldown time before they can move after firing a launcher like that is stupid. Oh, I know how armor is calculated. My suggestion is the chances of it managing to achieve 2 full damage shots through someone who is actually wearing armor is very, very, very unlikely. Very unlikely. To have it happen twice? Cass has got to roll through each stage of armor. Although I don't know what damage type this is. This is an unknown damage type. Recon armor is better than flak. Like, yeah, it's not marine armor, but it's still better than flak. Flak vest and dusters only is slightly better, or might seem better, because you get to roll twice. You get to roll once for the damage reduction of the duster, and then again for the flak. Oh, that's what we're just talking about. He didn't really get hit by anything that should have killed him. His torso was destroyed by bruises. I don't care if it's got higher sharp. Sharp's not the one I'm concerned about. They both have very good sharp. Yeah, well, if sharp's bullets, then this cannot have happened. Because of the way RimWorld rolls its damage, this is basically impossible. To take full damage to the torso twice in a row with a 92% sharp. Yeah, I know. I potentially should have changed the fucking mod that means that she can just cheat the dice rolls once it gets bad enough. Really? Tynan, mate, it's cheese, dude. Fucking stupid ships. No, in the end, I mean, that one was primarily my fault for putting him so close for the shot. He should have been back here. I shouldn't have been quite so greedy with the shot, given the shot didn't really do much either. I mean, the fact that a doomsday rocket launcher... Hey, would you look at that? Turns out that that got halved. I can res him. Have you noticed something? We are 421 days into this playthrough, and I have not seen a single Resurrector mech room. None. So yeah, we can res him. We'll add him to the list of shit that the game's refusing to give me. We have not seen a single one. And the worst part of all of this is he shot that rocket in, and are they aggroed? No. They've just ignored me. No, they have a Centurion. It's fucking dumb. He was asleep, his shield was not active. Yeah, I might actually have to step away from this for a second. Now I've remembered the stupidity of the AI that means that you can doomsday rocket launcher and they'll just sit there. There's no way to take this. It's go stick all of your dudes in front, cross your fingers and hope they don't die. And there is no more strategy to it than that. There's no clever things you can do. There's no options here. Titan has shot down all of the options, shut them down, made sure they don't work. Why are they not vulnerable to explosives? You know the reason. Because the way to deal with these is mortars. So he says, fuck you, mortars don't do fuck all damage. They're immune to fire, Carlin. No, don't expect EMP to work on robots. What do you think those are for? They're not for affecting electronic machines. They're for... Does it now? Please inform me how EMP works. I've never used it before. EMP works on mechs. Briefly. Very briefly. And then for some non-apparent reason, the mechs suddenly aren't vulnerable to it anymore. Will the EMP help me here? No. There's too many of them. I can't get in there. It's basically... this is fucking suicide. No, it doesn't depend on my spread. Because if I spread them out, then I am triggering the adaptation on all of them. Which means that if I kill this dude, cool, that's great. But now the rest of them have adapted and are active. So no, hitting the whole group doesn't help. Not unless I can also kill the whole group at once. Otherwise, all I do is let them all adapt to my EMP. Is it ever going to be possible with the number of colonists that this game allows you to kill this whole group at once? During an EMP blast? No. Do snipers outrange lancers? No. Are there 8 lancers? Yeah. Just get rid of these dumbass ships. Dynan, seriously. They're a relic of the old days when you first introduced mechs, and once upon a time, they used to be an interesting mechanic. But you brutalized everything to do with them so hard because you're so petty about players winning sometimes that now they're just bullshit. Why do these centipedes behave totally differently around this ship than they do at any other scenario in the game? Why have you got your own special rules that are designed to be bullshit? Well, because these came first, and you never updated them outside of adding pollution to the defoliator. What? Why does it create pollution? Please explain to me why this now does two different things. Sorry, Tynan, but some of this is really kind of starting to be, why are you stripping all of the fun and options out of your own game? I've got a trick for you. In fact, Mr. Tynan, stop watching Adam versus everything. More than just him play your game. It's a message from the heart, Tynan. Stop watching the hardcore, we only play RimWorld hyper runners. Just stop it. They are not your audience. And also, even if they are your audience, guess what? He's beating you anyway. Like, if you really want to take on that challenge, I'm sorry, Adam versus everything wins. Not you.
Another boy joins the crew.
He's beaten you every time, Tynan. Give up, mate. Because you're making so much of this stuff just not fun for other people by making these stupid changes. Why can't I be rewarded by having decided to switch my entire ideology to mushrooms by going, you know what? I don't care if you defoliate the place. Why can't that be a good thing? Why did it have to be, oh, players are ignoring my defoliator ship. Quick, add pollution. Something you cannot ignore. RoboDod, thanks for the sub. Ah, yes, of course. A final fuck you. Hey, I want to rescue Mr. Canada's body. Am I going to be able to do that while drafted? AKA while I have a shield on? I don't think I am. Because I have a strong suspicion that I will have to turn the shield, turn drafting off in order to be able to do it. Willingly just going, hey. Yeah, I know. That's why I left Mac down there. I'm just waiting for this. Why are you walking through here? This, yeah, of course. They randomly decided to path a direction that no group in 6, 7 years has pathed. But no, this time, weirdly, they're going straight for the mechs for no apparent reason. Let's have a bit of reputation tank while we're at it. Why not? Yeah, you can't haul while drafting. Fuck yourself, asshole. Yeah, to summarize, we end up getting to a point in RimWorld where we are not telling a story because it's no longer a storyteller. A storyteller has to tell a story. As soon as you get to the point where you're just straight up actively attempting to murder people, it's not a story. Or if it is a story, well, you already wrote what that story's gonna be. Maybe. Well, no, it's the worst kind of story you can really have, which is a story of you already know how it ends. Well, the funny thing is, Rick, this is RimWorld. So I can build a grav ship and I can jump around. And you know what the end result is going to be? She'll just kill me using something else. They'll die of a heart attack. Or they'll die of a social fight. Or whatever. Someone who is in a perfectly good mood will suddenly go into a murderous rage and knock the head off of another one of your colonists. Ask me how I know. Hey, folks. Thank you for the raid. How's it going? Sorry, you've joined me at a point where I'm a little bit angry. I've got to be honest. We've run into some scenarios that modern RimWorld in a nutshell. Modern RimWorld in a nutshell being, oops, you've got too many colonists. One of them now is going to die. You don't have control over that. It's happening. It's just a matter of time. Essie and Noita. Okay, nice mix. Big B, I see you've also watched Adam vs. Everything. So yes, for some slightly salty, more Space Engineers focused gameplay, please drop us a follow for Liberate. I'm trying to play what the game is advertised as. Not even on the top difficulty. Unfortunately, some elements of the game have been geared towards people that aren't playing it as a storyteller, but are playing it as min-max. No, because I'm going to be honest with you, the reason I don't play Randy... Okay, I don't play Phoebe because Phoebe is Cassandra, just less. Phoebe will still become Cassandra if you give her enough time. And then you've got Randy, who, if I'm going to be honest with you, isn't a storyteller. Random isn't a story either. And random, 95 to 99% of the time, is just easy. No strategy is easy to beat. A storyteller that's not trying to be aware, a storyteller that's not trying to hit you a bit when you're down, trying to punish you when it makes sense, is not a storyteller either. That's why I don't play Randy. It's because Randy's not a challenge. Randy will either wipe you out almost immediately with something you just literally can't deal with, or you've won. Congratulations. Off you go. Game done. The raids don't get big enough to stop you. Later, Forks. He hasn't with his standard settings, Yaverick, because that's not possible. Unless you've modded him, he can't send a 300 raider raid at you. That's above his maximum raid cap. I'm annoyed. Because of colonists being able to die to bruising and to the way these ships work. That is just fucking stupid. Doomsday rocket launcher would punch a hole the size of the explosion radius into my base. Meanwhile, it does 200 damage to the defoliator ship and slightly injures one Scyther. What the fuck is the point in these things existing then, Tynan? They're explicitly to beat me up, aren't they? They're not actually for me to use. I think that's what I'm learning about things like the Doomsday rocket launcher and so on. They're a fuck you. They're not a cool toy. Because they're shit for you. No, it used to be as a way of threatening your plants, and thus threatening your colony's sustainability. Now, it is, with the pollution, it is basically, deal with me or leave this tile. Yeah, it doesn't just defoliate anymore, now it pollutes too. For reasons. No, I don't have mortars. How would mortars help? You think a mortar's going to manage to hit this with all the roof around it? Fuck no. Yeah, well, they've got special magic rules when they've got a ship to protect. And they refuse to go away from it. They will not leave it. They've got special magic ship rules that means that they behave totally differently for some reason. Even the melee ones. No, I just make my own storyteller. Fuck Titan, this is bullshit. and make my own storyteller that does this better. And part of that will be these ships don't exist because they're not a particularly good interaction regardless. No, I played with modded storytellers before. I said I was going to make my own. That is a different thing. The rockets don't do any damage. For no apparent reason. I see these have been nerfed as well. Cool. Well, I don't have mortars. I normally don't even use mortars. I find mortars fucking cheesy as shit. Like the idea that he's doing all of this stuff when you made your own problems, Marek. Or Marek Tynan. The mortars, if you hadn't done the mortars, you wouldn't be in this spot. But you decided early on that mortars was going to be a thing you did. And now you're stuck here. Making up bullshit rules. Much like these ships. You made up some dumb ships with some dumb rules, and everyone cheesed them with snipers, and so you had to make them more dumb. Instead of just going, maybe these ships weren't the way to do it. The answer was, let's just make the ships bullshit. Because anyone who's been playing long enough will remember the old way of dealing with ships. You just had a couple of sniper rifles, and you'd pull mobs one at a time out of the area. That's why they hug to the ship now. It's got nothing to do with anything relevant to today. It's left over from Alpha. And then the irony is, I'm being told now that I could actually just snipe it. Which is kind of fucking hilarious, because there was definitely a point where charge rifles had as long a range as snipers did. I don't mind the insects. Yeah, where's the button to remove the mechanoid faction? Because let's be real, the least fun faction in this game by about 10 times over is the mechanoids. Because they have been made bullshit. Oh, we can remove the mechs. Okay. You definitely didn't used to be able to. Used to be a storyteller option, not a starting shenanigans. Oh well, in a game where your enemies consist of dudes, mechs, and bugs, I don't think I'm going to be turning off some of the enemies. Not until we get some more. Okay, so no one else here. Just replying to what Red Pill's saying. Everything you're bitching about, see, is kind of non-issue with mods and settings. So no one else here plays a game and doesn't want to turn it onto easy, doesn't want to install mods to stop things from happening because that feels like fucking cheating. That's literally what I'm saying. Is I don't like modding away difficulty in games. But I'm not fighting a static target. I'm fighting a target that is responding as if I am modding away problems. As if I am introducing stuff that makes it easier. Or as if I am some, like, god tier player who doesn't want to play a story. Yeah, but let's be real, too. The suggestions so far have been things like turn off mechanoids. And please tell me how that's modding out the most aggravating edge case and not turning it into easy mode. Remove one of the 3 enemy types in the game entirely is not a solution. And honestly, further to that, I would also put forward the suggestion that saying that I have to rely on mods is not an excuse for me to not complain at the developer of the game for not having these things as base features. Going, a mod can do it, why can't you, is not an unacceptable thing to say of a game developer. We should not be relying on mods. As far as snipers, mortars, and EMP, I had EMPs. They're not going to make the difference here. I don't believe any amount of EMPs is going to make the difference here. EMP, I'm afraid, is not a solution. I will try snipers. I bet you that's not quite so straightforward either. And mortars? Mortars used to be interesting and fun. Then he made your ability to run a mortar entirely based on RNG that he controls. Oops, didn't get a reinforced barrel. Well, I'm afraid those mortars of yours, they're worth shit. That ammo you built, well, that's just now a threat to your own survival, and nothing more. And you can't do anything about it. That's not in your hands. That's in his. So yeah, mortars used to be a thing, and then the reinforced barrel became a thing. An item you cannot make yourself. You are entirely reliant on other people to provide them. Well, yeah, that's where this began, Marry Gaming, is with, I'm sure you can see how big my colony is. And I'm playing on Cassandra. Because I personally don't find Randy very interesting. I do enjoy a threat level that attempts to meet me. And Randy doesn't do that. Randy just throws stuff. And it could be anything. But I'm at the point in the game where Cassandra, I've broken her colony number limit. I am not allowed this many people. And so we've entered territory where suspicious things happen. It's already happened a few times in this colony, where just, someone who is maxed on mood bar decides that they will mental break anyway, due to chemical fascination. There's drugs around, but they decide not to take them, then break due to chemical fascination, and then that break is murderous rage, and they go and 3-shot another colonist that is literally 2 tiles away from them in a way that there's no way to stop it. And then you sit at the back and you just go, this is a storyteller? That doesn't feel like a story. Or at least, if it is a story, it's not a story I'm involved in. It's a story you're telling me. And I had no choice in the matter. Yeah, Wolf died to bruises. His torso has 45 HP. And for some reason, injuries that didn't bleed did full damage multiple times. And so he died from blunt impact trauma to the chest. Yeah, good to see you dropping back in again, Marry Gaming. Sorry, apologies that you've joined me during a bit of a ranty session. I enjoy RimWorld for the most part, but there's a couple of parts of it that just... I struggle with. And part of that is because I don't like turning difficulty settings off or down. It feels to me like I'm cheating. I think mortars have been based on shooting skill for a while, haven't they? I'm pretty sure it's been a good while since shooting skill matters. I would argue that the restriction of, or not playing it your own way of being able to play a game by choosing its default experience, picking your difficulty level, and then rolling with it. That should be good. That should be a good experience. You shouldn't be going through that and running into things that make you really dislike it and want to go and modify the settings for it. If there's a lot of people that like for example, I know that colonist random death chance. Cass's funny little rule that means that, like we are now, I could just lose a colonist to pretty much anything because I've got too many colonists. That shouldn't be a custom rule. This is not a default difficulty. I am above normal difficulty. I am not at top difficulty by any means. But right now, with this number of colonists in my colony, there is a chance that someone could literally, they could fall over, bruise their knee, and that kills them. And that's a default setting. That's something that you have to go and manually not only know about, firstly, you have to be aware that it's a thing. So before everyone defends this, by the way, people playing this game for the first hundreds of hours don't even know that's a rule. They don't know that, by the way, Mrs. Cassandra, the default storyteller, behind the scenes, has a number she reaches, at which point she just murders you. So please, for all of this, you can change it in the settings. Why is it the default? And why is nothing said about it anywhere? Why do you have to have looked at storyteller detailed settings, the advanced settings, go and modify the storyteller, which is not just a little slider. You have to click and go, tick, I want to customize my scenario and mess with it. And it's completely unmentioned anywhere that, by the way, behind the scenes there is a secret rule to this game that you get above a certain number of colonists, and now the rules of the game have changed. It's just not mentioned anywhere, but it's a flat thing. Congratulations, you've got too many people in your colony. The rules that used to apply have changed without telling you. Defend that. I'd love to see the defense for it. That's the sort of thing that should have a big red arrow pointing at it on start. That says, by the way, this game is designed to only be played up to 12 colonists, beyond which the storyteller will get increasingly brutal to the point where they will actually cheat in order to kill you. Not mentioned. But these days, Shaq, few players will reach said limit is no longer true. I went over this limit without even thinking about it, because they introduced, okay, to begin with, sure. When originally, you could only get new pawns through recruitment and pawns showing up. Like, pawns showing up at your base and going, I want to join you. And those events, the recruitment events and the showing up of pawn events, would modify themselves based upon how big your colony is. So, you know, you could, as your colony got bigger, you'd just naturally have less recruits show up. It sort of handled it all fine. Then they introduced the ability to have children. And now colonies just grow on their own, rapidly. And it's very easy to make a group like this where within hours of beginning the game, you're already in this territory where the game has gone into brutal. By the way, there's now a thing where any single injury and any single event can just roll a 100 and kill a pawn. In a game that is supposed to be, and is advertised as, a storyteller. No, it's not just more likely. Once you get above a certain critical mass, there is an additional roll that takes place. There is an additional death scenario that only exists above a certain colonist count that is just, by the way, above this number of people, anything can be lethal. No, because then people check. That means they die of bruises. It means someone scrapes their knee and they're dead. Where previously a scraped knee meant nothing, as far as the game rules are concerned. Suddenly people are now able to die to, oops, I got a scratch. And the game says nothing about how this has changed. It's just, by the way, this guy just fell over dead. Why did he fall over dead? And you look and you try and use your understanding of the game to understand why that person fell over dead. And you look at it and you go, I don't know. I don't understand why this person is dead. Previous people have died having heart attacks or their head shot off or whatever. This guy, he got a little scratch on his arm and he's dead. So sure, remove my meta knowledge. No, Took, that's not correct. It is above the soft porn cap limit. You can then... I can't remember the exact terminology. We'd have to go and actually look at the storyteller settings. I'll go and show you it. How do we... Right. Yeah, the thing is, this, A, isn't telling you the full deal, because at no point does it mention anything to do with soft cap. And B, isn't all that soft cap does. No, it's explicitly not surmountable. With the changes it makes, it is explicitly not surmountable. There is no way, once you hit soft cap, to ensure that your colonists have a good chance of survival. Because at any moment, even your strongest pawn could die. Because it's not just the instant kills on down. Instantly due to an attack. And that persists through. It's not explaining itself very well, but that's basically going, by the way, once you're above colonist soft cap, sometimes a shot will do the seemingly impossible. The rant is being encouraged by the fact that people keep trying to defend some of the more dodgy mechanics. Like some of the changes to this. And it's not even that they're trying to defend it. It's that it's trying to be defended with the argument that, but you can just change the settings yourself. Without an understanding of, A, that means you have to know those settings exist. B, they have to do what you think they do, which, for example, that slider there does not. You turn that slider down, a lot changes that is not what you intended to change. And C, should this really be the default experience? You know, this began as a basically, I believe not just basically an argument, something I explicitly said, is that Tynan, unfortunately, and the way the game is balanced, spends a little bit too much time worrying about the people who are true min-maxers. The people that are true, I don't care about anything but winning. And in a game that's very good at getting you attached to your colonists, getting you attached to the story, getting you attached to what you're all about, isn't a fun combination. Well, yeah, but it's not even killbox min-maxing these days. It's weird, dodgy ass, like strange half maze, half killbox, just weirdness, and I hate it because it's all based around an understanding that the way you're gonna play the game is by abusing AI pathfinding. And balancing your game against the people that are going to abuse your AI pathfinding doesn't seem right. I have some doors. I close them if I want things to stay outside. And sometimes that matters. And sometimes they break my doors and then they come inside. That is the extent of abusing AI here. No, because it's not cheesable. It's really, really quite complex to cheese RimWorld. You can do it, but it's not an easy thing to do. It was once upon a time. Once upon a time, it was really straightforward. Once upon a time, you could just, build a little maze thing, little snail trail for them to come into the base through, and they'd all come in slightly spread out, one at a time, and you could kill them. All of that, long gone. And it feels like nowadays the developers are spending a little bit too much time focusing on how to beat people that are metagaming it. And it's starting to hurt the people that don't. Or should I say more, starting to hurt the people that don't, but that still want a challenge from the game. Because yeah, you're right, I could go and turn off the insta-death, I could go and drop the difficulty down, and I would be bored. I'd be playing The Sims. And the irony is I have a really good perspective on this one, because I have now, for 2 years so far, played in the RimWorld Hot Potato. And guess who goes before Wasted in the RimWorld Hot Potato? Session directly before mine, Scavenging Mechanic. A very good, slightly abusive RimWorld player. The session before him is 5 hours of Adam. So when I take over, Colony is fine. It's got some weird stuff in it that I don't really understand. I look around and I'm like, I'm not sure what this is supposed to be. It clearly does something. It's some sort of defensive thing, but I don't know how it works. And everything else is just fine. And my sessions, nothing happens really. Boom rats explode. Yeah, but I'm not devaluing myself. I'm saying that I don't play that way. Like, yeah, I understand the game pretty well because, yeah, I'm like 2,500 hours into this game now. Over many years. So, yeah, I got a pretty good understanding of it. I should be playing on quite a high difficulty level. But I'm not an Adam. I haven't gone through and analysed every single bit of maths to the game to work out the optimum everything. Oh, yeah, it is worth, you're right, it is worth mentioning those hours. If you are gearing your game in any serious way towards me, you're probably doing it wrong. 2,500 hours is more than you could ever expect. If you're gearing your game towards someone like Adam, who is probably in the 12,000 hour range, why? Why are you doing that? That is the 0.0001%. So you're right. I am actually quite good at this game. It's almost my point, to some extent. I've got a lot of experience. And that's the thing. He does opt in. And they're still trying to base the game around these players, despite the fact that Adam does opt in. Now, he is in there going to the difficulty settings and turning everything to maximum. Not manually, he's going into the advanced settings and going, yeah, I get that you start on this, but how about 500%? That's how he plays. And still, I feel like some of the development is focused on people that play like this, to stop them from being able to do it, because somehow that's a problem. Yeah, you definitely need to aim high, but you know what I mean. As you say, aiming high is like, okay, unlike your average game, where you might expect, I don't know, an average player to hit 20, 30. Oh, actually, no, let's call it an RPG. So let's average player for a really popular game, well received, 100 hours. 200 hours, maybe. Hell, call it 300 hours. That still puts your really hardcore numbers at like 1,000. Well, then that's cool. But understand that those players, your Adam, if you give them difficulty options, even if they're hidden in a menu, they will turn them on. Because they can, and they want to show that they can. Don't make those options default. You don't need to. If you're really gunning for those, if you really want to beat those hardcore players, those guys that are going to min-max every bit, for them, part of it is beating you regardless. No matter what difficulty it is. And they will turn it all on just to be able to say they did it. Of course he will. The guy is fucking hardcore. I respect him for it. Please don't take any of this as a negative about Adam. Adam is fucking impressive. I have a lot of respect for someone who is going to research and learn and just absorb a game like that. And know every single nuance to the point where you can bend it and break it to make it work for you. That's cool as all hell. I have no problems with Adam whatsoever. I just don't think he's the sort of person you should be designing your game for. Oh yeah, I mean, for all the versus everything, the everything is limited quite an explicit selection of games that he destroys. I think that we've got to the point where some of this stuff is just a bit too punishing, understanding that, like, I'm not even at the top of the default settings, guys. Recommended for experienced players who want to struggle to survive. That's me. I'm not on the brutal, unfair challenge where even skill doesn't prevent death. Like, you tell me here. This one explicitly says, doesn't matter how good you are, you might die. This one doesn't say that. Yeah, cap. Pretty much. And it's not a soft cap, it's a hard cap. There is a soft cap. The soft cap is at 12. The hard cap is at 17, I think. Beyond which, she just starts doing stuff that breaks. She starts cheating. Okay, in what ways? Interestingly enough. All right, then. But then he introduced childbirth and didn't raise the cap. This is a mechanic from Alpha 13 years ago that was for gameplay limits from the idea of... Well, because of story. It's a fun story to just randomly kill your kids and you can't do anything about it. Where's the story there? We went through this earlier. My kid got a bruised knee and he's now dead. Previously, someone would actually have to, take a mortal wound to die, but now they don't. Now they can just die of getting out of the wrong side of bed. That's story balance. That's literally how the rule works. It goes from injuries apply normally to injuries are pretty brutal and might be more fatal than usual to stuff that didn't used to be fatal. Just now all of that stuff is fatal. Any time you get hit by anything, it can kill you. Just outright, straight away. In a story game, like if again, the way Cassandra and the storytellers are presented in this are as game masters from a Dungeons and Dragons or a role-play game. That's how the game is presented. And if a game master suddenly went, oh, by the way, I need you to roll. You've been, the rules didn't apply. Your HP no longer applies. Now any hit can down you. Why? Well, but because I think you've got too big for your boots. I'd just be like, all right, fine, we're not playing. The cap that it gets harder to manage more people is already there. No, I'm not rubbing up against the invisible rule. I'm rubbing up against an invisible wall that was introduced in 2011 because the game couldn't run properly on hardware back then. That has never been adjusted. Except, I lie, it has been adjusted. I can now get raided by 80, 100 pawns showing up on the map. But if I dare have more than 17% as many pawns on my side, they can die from being looked at. There is no hardware limitation here, and there is no gameplay limitation here. In fact, here's the biggest example of there's no gameplay limitation here. If I was to change storyteller right now from Cassandra, who is creates a story event on a classic increasing curve of challenge and tension. She'll push you with dangerous events and then give breathing room, then come back to push more. If I change from her to Randy Random, Randy doesn't fault rules. He'll generate random events. And he doesn't care if they make a story of triumph or hopeless. It's all drama. Warning, since Randy is truly random, he will sometimes send extremely difficult or unfair groups events. It makes for high drama and unavoidable sacrifices. If I switch to him, this whole rule goes away. This storyteller doesn't care how many pawns I have. Hasn't since the very start. He's also useless, because he's not scary. He doesn't tell a story of increasing hopelessness. What he does, this warning, is hilarious. Yeah, okay, his hard cap is 30. Meanwhile, Cassandra is 17. Unchanged since 2011. I didn't try to get this many pawns. My pawns had kids. Now, anyone in my colony can randomly die. The only way I can avoid that is by killing the fucking kids. What? I could kill the kids, I could send them out of the colony the second they're born, or I could sterilize everybody. Those are my only ways of avoiding this from happening. Because now pawns breed, and you can't stop them. Randy is 50. Right. But they're vampires that are deathless from one of the game's starting scenarios that is literally the point of one of its expansions, Captain Jack. Literally, you start as a race of vampires that are deathless. No, but between the two different expansions, ideology and biotech, they've basically introduced things like age reversal technology, modifying of genealogy, so that you can 100% make anybody you want just be able to live forever. It's sort of almost the vibe is that you should be able to allow your pawns to survive. My biosculptor pod, I can literally send people in for age reversal. Not only that, but my guys demand it. Again, part of a default, there's only a few of them, default part of your ideology from a different expansion is that you are a transhumanist and you must have age reversal. You must live forever. So 2 different expansions had added something. This is one of, like, I can't remember how many of these we got. We got like 12 choices. And you have to pick 3 of the 12. Or you end up with 3 of the 12. And one of those is one that specifically says, we want to live forever. And then you have another expansion that adds in vampires. It literally just adds in, this expansion is vampires and guys that are control robots. Those are your 2 new starts. You're either a vampire or a guy that controls robots. And vampires are deathless. These are not requested features. That's not really how RimWorld expansions work. They are more sort of a combination of an absorption of popular mods. No, I think most people, because to get to the point where you have 17 pawns in your colony, you're a good number of years in. At which point you will have gone through a number of fights, a number of battles, and you will know what sort of threshold your pawns have. You will have gone through people where legs are removed and you've recovered them from it. You know, that same leg that just killed them from a bruise, they might have lost the other leg entirely up until this point. Hell, they might be almost entirely bionic because of the amount of injuries they've taken. But suddenly, Bob dies to a bruise, despite the fact that... No, I know, but when... I don't understand why we're here, Shackman. I don't. I've got a huge amount of time in this game. I've got a number of people in chat that are echoing the same support as me. I don't understand why you're fighting back about this. They're legitimate points that with any other game and any other scenario you would agree with. It's a storytelling game. It's how it advertises itself. To suddenly halfway through go, a pawn that used to be a monster can now die to being looked at, makes no sense. It's not a fun mechanic. And explicitly, we've already mentioned that the game says nothing about this mechanic existing. It just happens. What player in your role-playing game is going to accept that after reaching, whatever level, after playing for a year and a half, suddenly you're like, yeah, but that one time that guy kicked you in the knee, I need you to roll death rolls for that, because that guy had strength 200. Are people not going to turn around and go, sorry, strength 200? Strength 200 wasn't a thing. His max stat is fucking 6. How can I die to a bruise on the... What? It's an entirely unnecessary mechanic. There's nothing to do with the storyteller. It's an arbitrary, weird old thing that's just sat around. Despite the fact that he's introduced multiple ways to try and make your colony bigger, it's never been touched, and it's painful to play against. Except our guys aren't randos. Except in reality, 17 people in a colony is not actually that many. Especially when we're talking about going over the limit with 4 children. These count. Despite the fact they can't really do anything, despite the fact that all they're doing is making the colony more vulnerable, they also count to this limit. It's an 18 limit, apparently. And sort of. Annoyingly, it's not something you can change just with in-game settings. You have to mod it. You kill the kids, you don't accept the kids into the colony, any of that, that can kill your colony on its own. There's no nice way of getting rid of people from your colony. The only ways to remove people from your colony is to get them killed or to tell them to fuck off. Both of which have massive penalties for doing so. So it just feels like you're punished for playing the game. Because there's no way of going, hey kiddos, sorry, there's an invisible cap of 18 people I'm allowed. So you're just not allowed to exist. So how about you go live with grandma? That doesn't exist. It's just, oops, I've got a 19th person now, which means any of the people of my colony are now vulnerable to instant death. No, cryosleep doesn't remove them. They count just as much if they're in death rest, cryosleep, age reversal, the whole lot. The pop control is for the whole lot, Baragi. What comes at each individual colony is slightly modified by how many people are in it. Same deal, son. That's what I mean, is like, what Cass cares about is how many total people exist. What goes at each individual colony will be modified slightly by the fact that there are fewer people in that colony. But the rule that says, by the way, now everything's in murder zone, they all have independent caps, but Cass's cap of how many colonists you're allowed doesn't change. Her murder zone is the same. Because it's not based upon a raid scenario. You can have more than one. It is in here somewhere. And then when you click it, it explicitly says this. It says for your first few games, but then it also says right at the start is designed to be played with one colony at a time. Multiple player colonies are allowed as an experimental testing feature only. Playing with multiple colonies will cause gameplay imbalances and split your focus, as well as likely causing performance slowdowns. Yeah, sure, let's focus on that last sentence. Let's ignore the first two that pretty explicitly say don't do this. This is not intended. The reality is, it works just fine. It's another antiquated feature from Alpha that they've just not updated. Yeah, it's not experimental still. It works absolutely flawlessly. Yeah, the irony is they've just introduced, with the latest expansion, explicitly, you run 2 colonies at once. That's the new feature. But it's alright, because it's also experimental and don't do this. Took, I agree with you. My argument, I think, would be that it is becoming more lethal. The longer this game survives, the longer they keep releasing expansions for it, that explicitly encourage you to have longer and larger colonies, this flaw becomes worse and worse. Because again, I didn't try and have a colony this big. I just didn't. I chose not to take the big debuff from telling people to go away. And I had some children. If you've been watching this playthrough, you will have seen me turn away optional new people over and over. They're not immortal vampires. I'm not playing as immortal vampires this time. They have major cell instability. They're the exact fucking opposite. They have a lifespan factor of 60% less of 60% of a normal human being. Yeah, and gain cancer 500% as fast. And struggle with immunity. I have so far managed to make Mac back into a real vampire again, but because she was one of these weirdo things to begin with, she actually eats almost 200% as much food as everybody else. These guys were a custom setup for a fun story. Not some bunch of OP guys. They're massively flawed. Yeah, I think at this point, they're what, 4 expansions in? 5 expansions in, sorry. Now's about time for them to step back, especially with the success of Odyssey, and release a patch that's nothing to do with DLC. It's time for them to actually go and do some Q&A and care and attention on the things that aren't exciting new DLC features, are just base game stuff. To make it all tie back together again. Because I think that's one of RimWorld's probably biggest problems, development-wise, is that these days, your updates are only the expansions. And with the expansion, you get an update too. And you get a nice big base game update, and then you get the expansion with it. But I think it's time for them to have a nice big base game update that isn't focused on making, because most of the time these big updates that come with the base game are about supporting the new features. They're not really about going and back to the vanilla stuff and helping them and kind of working on that. They're about kind of going, we got new stuff, let's make that new stuff functional and interesting for even if you don't have the DLC. So yeah, I feel like it's high time they went back and went, right, let's do just some core rework stuff. Yeah, it's not like it doesn't improve with each DLC, but each improvement is very focused on that DLC's content. And it means that some bits that have been existing for ages and aren't really DLC related just kind of get ignored. Defoliatorship here being a good example. It's not really related to any DLC. It's had a couple of tangential updates because Mechanoids got updated, but the actual event itself is identical to what it always used to be, pretty much. Yeah, they don't hide in the ship anymore, but that's a while ago. They don't hide in the ship, and now this thing produces pollution, apparently. Well, these are a very big difference from, we recently had one of the mech clusters drop in. A newer mechanic for how mechs work. And one of the things I said about how they drop in is, I know that Tynan's mindset for those mech clusters is they're supposed to be a bit of a puzzle. They're supposed to be, like, everyone is a bit different, but somewhere in there are some solutions. And so each one, look at it and figure it out. And there will be some way in which you can turn things a bit in your advantage. Whereas these seem the exact opposite. I look at these things and I'm like, what do I do? Every answer to this is really ineffective. I've got mortars, I've got EMPs, and I've got snipers. Mortars are expensive, miss a lot, and the explosive damage they deal has been intentionally nerfed against mechs. EMPs. Mechs adapt, so the EMPs only work for a certain length of time. And then snipers, well, they intentionally changed all the tethering behavior for these guys to make them kind of anti-sniper. And they introduced the pikemen, who outrange bloody everything. There is no weapon that has a longer range as pikemen do in the game that the player can get. There's just pikemen will always outrange you. Yeah, why aren't these ship chunks, like these ship parts, using the new expansion stuff? That would be cool as hell. You literally get a part of a mechanoid ship drop. That doesn't matter on a cargo because they've been designed to be mixed in with a group. So you will never see a pike, or unless you have engaged fully and actually drawn them out, you're not going to encounter a pikeman on their own. Unless you get really damn lucky. What you're going to encounter is a pikeman supported by a bunch of other stuff. Corner camp them doesn't work. Their AI has been changed. Good luck with corner camping. It's great that it's very weak for a mech. How many mechs do we have here? Cool. So, mechs notably stronger than actual humans, and I have a total of 17 colonists, of which 4 are children, against 16 mechs. Two non-fighters. I am aware of the hunter drones. The idea of things randomly exploding that I don't have complete control over sounds suspicious. Yep. Oh, the kids can fight. They're just really, really bad at it. There's something you actively want to avoid doing unless you're absolutely certain they're safe. Because a single shot in the direction. No, Mr. Canada was not in a relationship. From a mood impact perspective, you're not getting a mood spiral in this colony, dude. Again, I know what the fuck I'm doing. Good luck mood spiraling that. Nah, it's minus 25. And I can cancel it with Macintosh. So, not a big deal. It's not only minus 25. It's minus 25 and it decreases over time. And the council does not. So the council will lock in at plus 25 mood. But the negative will only begin at 25 and then go down from there. So it, in the long run, and you actually get a net benefit from it. I know the decrease is normal. I'm just saying between that and the council, easy mode. I mean, hell, we're currently cancelling a colonist death without really giving a shit. Although apparently, Wolf was not well thought of. Yes, Camera Plus, Dubspad Hygiene, RimHUD, Minimap, and that's it. Soon, the colonist population cap modifier. No, I'm gonna be honest with you. Mr. Canada didn't even have any friends. I'm sorry, dude. We checked him earlier. He only had acquaintances. Right. Oop. Sorry. Right. Well. What is an inappropriate weapon for a child? To be honest, you'll probably do quite well with a chain shotgun. I have no more Doomsdays left. This is a biocoded one. I used the last one. Oh, wait. There we go. Both kids have miniguns. Nope. I have a tornado generator, but that's not much use. Hang on. Get flamingoed. Ah, shit. It's off. Nope, smoke doesn't do that anymore. Just play it better than I do. Nice and simple. But we are going to track this. I'm currently back on 17 colonists. But there's someone pregnant. I'm going to call it now. This colony dies to its children. This colony dies because the kids don't grow quick enough. And even one person giving birth regularly One person actually having a child is enough to keep us at 18. And slowly the children take over. Slowly it becomes all kids. No, eventually everyone dies. Yep. Hey, RimWorld, your UI overlaps. Hey, can we stop restarting the list back up to the top again for no reason? That'd be cool. No, remember what I said? Yep. Yep, entirely unchanged. Once that bit dies, that's why I left it on 140. They'll rush me. I am just waiting for the point at which it makes sense for that to happen. No. Thanks, Gaverick. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not sure why a man that I tried to introduce to RimWorld and bounced off of it so hard would have such a strong opinion about how wrong I am about how RimWorld storytellers operate, but it has affected me. I'm struggling a bit with that one. Feel a little bit beaten up for having an opinion on a game that I have 2,500 hours in, and simultaneously probably 1,000 hours of content in, not including streams, just including YouTube stuff. Yeah, I need to find the original version of the background. This is not the full... There's a widescreen one. This is cutting stuff off. But I lost it at one point because it's old. But it is cool as shit. No, I don't think so. Just clearly not RimWorld time. I'm not even that bothered about RimWorld at this point. I'm just frustrated about tonight. Wait, what? Oh, okay, maybe it still works. Well, I suffer from something called dyspraxia, the fool, which is explicitly kind of inability to hold rhythm. That's why you fight it. For all you're worth. Okay. Yes and no. There is this fantastic word called syncopation. Syncopation in music is a rhythmic device where the emphasis is placed on normally weak beats or off beats, creating a sense of rhythmic surprise and displacement. It often involves deviating from a regular rhythmic pattern, often by stressing the and of a beat or placing accents on unexpected parts of the measure. The disruption of the expected rhythmic flow can add complexity and a unique groove to a musical piece, also known as the thing I rely on. It's why I'm a funk bass player. This is the grounding of funk. Is that things are not. So BPM 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Drums. Over and over again. Bass, same deal. This is not syncopated in any way. This is a straight line. Meanwhile, we'll still have that same rhythm. But listen to the bass alongside it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. How does dyspraxia work with bass? Because so much of it is on 3. So much of it is on 3.5. So much of it is in a place where it's not supposed to be. I struggle with guitar in comparison because bass is almost intentionally syncopated. It's intentionally a broken rhythm. And if you listen to me play, you'll hear it. No, not human at all. One, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. You see it? The first beat has one note, except it doesn't. It has 2. The do. You actually listen. You see what I mean? Is a bass riff. Is that in order? Is that 1, 2, 3, 4? It's not. And it's almost never. Each note has a slightly different delay. So yeah, I struggle with some bass lines, but those are the regular ones. Great example is Deantown by Wolfpack. Great track. This is the bit I struggle with the most. As soon as you get to this, we're good. No longer rhythm. But that straight pedaling away on the beat, fucking hard. To the extent that you can see this guy actually struggles with it. If you listen, it's not a regular rhythm. There's beats in there emphasized. Yeah, Big Bad. Dyspraxia and dyslexia are connected. If you have one, you may well have the other. Dyspraxia is also known as developmental coordination disorder. You emphasize the fourth beat to keep it somehow identifiable. I need to learn this again. It's basically a bass solo, but for the entire length of a track. I used to know it. Yeah, used to know. I know where it is, but can't remember it fully. And it's speedy. Damn it. Damn it. No, I need to learn that fun track. Also, can we have a shout out for the guy on the lampshade? You wrecked that lampshade, bro. Correct question, Gentry. Is that guy playing a lampshade? The answer is yes. Yes, he is. Yeah, this is the only reason that bass works for me. Dyspraxia is, yeah, they go, what do you play? The hi-hat and lamp. Toxic drum, no, Yes, I particularly like this album of theirs, actually. It's quite Muse crossover. And not even there. Yeah, you know what I mean? I'd like to be very clear. These guys do not have a guitarist. There is only a bass player. There is a bass player with a pedal setup that splits his bass signal into a high frequency and a low frequency path. The low frequencies, the bass frequencies, get passed through bass pedals. The high frequencies get passed through guitar pedals. And he toggles on and off which path is currently active. So, you know, am I playing bass? Am I playing guitar? Or am I playing both? But knowing that, listen to what happens between the guitar and the bass, because it sounds like two different players. It sounds like two different people. Oh, and he's also singing. Bill detected, indeed. Got the phone pretty good as well, but apparently that is, No, it's not dead. No. If you are an experienced Wasted viewer, you will have noticed the noise of an unplugging USB connection prior to the point at which I said anything. This is the sound of an experienced individual ensuring that no power is running through the keyboard so that we can recover it quite nicely. And then immediately flipping it upside down, making sure as much liquid as possible does not pool in it. And it is then taken out as best as possible and balanced to a point where it allows one of the built-in drain points to help empty the keyboard away from the switches. And it will survive much like the ones prior to it have. Actually, ones prior to it, much like this one has. One of the advantages of being me is you get quite practiced at sorting this shit out. Why is the drink not in my cup holder? Because I'm not gaming. Because I was an idiot and for 2 seconds I put it down in front of me to do something. Because self-inflicted, Xeno. It's there, it just, for a moment, it didn't go into the thing because I was holding it with my left hand, and I have no left hand one. There's only a right hand one. And, yeah. Look, mate, what I have demonstrated over a long period, Mr. Fade, is that there is always a way of spilling something. I guarantee.
It's getting me down, I promise you now, it's really not true. Oh, you like to mouth off and fill the room up with your views. But do you ever shut up? You never shut up, I never get through. So get out of my face when you take a break, put you in your place. Wanna sit you down, say everything you do is fake. Been around it too long, I can't wait for something to come up so I can escape. I can't believe I'm still awake. I'm struggling to deal with the heat. And people freak me out on the street. So last night got run like a rat. I don't fit, I won't come back. Got no time for this, yeah, I really need to quit. Find some other trampoline cause I'm losing it. I got hacked being caught in your trap. It's my life, so suck on that. Bend up with your shit and I really need to quit. Find another trampoline cause I'm losing it. And now you're walking around like you run some gangster crew. Yeah, you've got to wake up, you've got to grow up, it's really not you. So get out of my face when you take a break, put you in your place, wanna take you down cause everything you say is fake. Been around it too long, I can't wait for something to blow up so I can escape. I find it hard to stay awake. Struggling to deal with the heat. And people freak me out on the street. So last night got run like a rat. I won't come back. Got no time for this, yeah, I really need to quit. Find some other trampoline cause I'm losing it. I got hacked being caught in your trap. It's my life, so suck on that. Bend up with your shit and I really need to quit. Find another trampoline cause I'm losing it. I'm learning to fly. The future is mine this time. I'm learning to fly. So last night got run like a rat. I don't fit, I won't come back. Got no time for this, yeah, I really need to quit. Find some other trampoline cause I'm losing it. I got hacked being caught in your trap. It's my life, so suck on that. with your shit and I really need to quit. Find another trampoline cause I'm losing it. Fed up with your shit and I really need to quit. Find another trampoline cause I'm losing it.
These guys have got a few songs that are pretty good. And again, 9K views 4 years ago. Bless them. I have a bear-proof keyboard. It just needs to be unplugged occasionally. And then sometimes cleaned and re-lubed. Yeah, no, I have owned a medical keyboard. You know, one that's designed to actually operate hospital grade keyboard. It is about as bad as you could possibly imagine. No. This was a standard mechanical keyboard, but with a medical, essentially conformal coating over the entire internals. It was a thing. Yeah, so it looked keyboard. Able to be fully sterilized was the idea. Yeah, Big B. That was the point with it. It was not just waterproof, but it was capable of being stuck through a sterilization dishwasher, essentially. It was capable of handling the, 90C they run the medical cleaning equipment at. It was awful. Is autoclave the word? It probably is. I'm familiar with the word, but I've got to admit I don't know what it is. I just know that an autoclave is a thing, but I have no idea what that thing is. Maybe autoclave is entirely correct. And then I will have learnt something today. So autoclave is basically just your, hardcore sterilization equipment. Your dishwasher, but this is a sterilization dishwasher. Oh, I didn't know that. That is new to me. If you're the right age,
I've got to down this drink I've got so I can go to
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah, Cleopatra are pretty amazing. They got some good stuff going on. Reminds me a bit of this, which I think might be like, okay, thoughts. When my voice is not fucked, is this maybe what Wasted sings? Perhaps not this track. It's quite high, but there's tracks out there. Also, speaking of Dave Grohl as a drummer. You can tell a good band, big band, when you can instantly tell that it's them, even when you haven't heard the track before. And Queens of the Stone Age are definitely one of those groups. Them Crooked Vultures? Nope. Oh shit. Why does it only sometimes interrupt it and sometimes it doesn't? Yeah, I recently... It's not like talent ever went away. It's not like any genre ever goes away, but it ebbs and flows what's popular. And I've got to be honest with you, a lot of what is currently popular, a lot of what is currently a thing, I struggle to understand how you consider it music. What you mean, just how disco stays? What? Fucking no. This man. How dare? Just fuck no. No, get out. Out, Mr. Canada. Glad you're dead. Fucking deserved it. This man just openly just going like, no, no chic, not allowed. No. No Bee Gees. Just like, come on. This is some of the most iconic music ever. Make more sense now? I am reinforcing the calluses. Do you have crappy audio, or am I a good enough bassist that you can't tell? Ooh. Mean bassline.
Yeah, you wanna know? Act just like you know.
Like, is genre is a thing, but it's not an important thing. Like, genre exists 100%. Is it an important thing to exist? Only from the perspective of talking to other people to try and explain something totally unknown. Otherwise, honestly, most good music is genre defying. And that is why so many music services struggle to be good at recommending you music, because it just isn't that fucking simple. It just ain't. Amaru, where are you? I have some work for you now. Well, where is he? Welcome, Kabak, folks. How was your night, Kabak? What are you up to this evening? Maybe one day I will share, folks, this playlist. $251 video long wasted space music playlist. That is about as eclectic as you can possibly imagine. Because she's not heavy metal. What is heavy metal other than bits of likely iron-based material that weigh a lot? She's rock. That's funny because I spend a lot of time searching for music by genre, and it's funny how rock doesn't come up with a consistent thing. It's really odd. I think I've got a pretty good rock is stone, that's true. I think I've got a pretty good idea in my head how I would go about making a music categorization system. But I can guarantee you, not secret track from the Matrix, the best track from the Matrix, Capac. Do you have how I have listened to that track so many times. It's the track with Neo asleep at the computer at the start of the movie. And it is a theme song of my fucking life. Is it not? Okay, fair. I didn't know that. I've always known what it was because I went and fucking found it. Let's be real, Massive Attack are pretty fucking good. Actual musicians. You can tell just from how the drums come in.
Shame, such a shame. I think I kinda lost myself.
And from this, I ended up in Portishead. Absolute tune. late night. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. I should be in bed long before streaming hours has been accompanied by this. Got Deeper Underground on it, Cades. That's fair. No, I'm with you. The crazy thing is Animatrix has become something that so few people know. Animatrix has become niche. And it was so hype when it arrived. It was kind of groundbreaking as well, honestly, for a Western thing, Animatrix. I mean, hell, Animatrix is basically Black Mirror, but... Or something like that. That format, just 20 years before its prime. Yeah, Love, Death, Robots, the prototype, you know what I mean? It's just, now that style of thing has become hot again, but it's where it started as far as at least Western media is concerned, was there. It was Animatrix and it was weird, and no one really got it. Or, you know what I mean? Not no one really got it, but it was a new concept. Secret Level is literal fan service, the series. And yes, I'm with you. The only one that I'm okay with is some of the more esoteric ones. Yeah, it's ads. Capac, thoughts on Scanner Darkly? Yeah. The rotoscope. Crazy. Well, if you want to find some killer beats, Dark Silverfang, I guarantee you I have some answers for you. And partly that's because of what Akadi said, is my source for music doesn't come from radio. Yeah, for sure, Gabak. And to some extent it used to, but even then it's a little bit of that is rose-tinted goggles. Even then you were listening to it on the shady radio channels or finding it through movies and TV. You haven't seen Scanner Darkly. Scanner Darkly is a trip, man. This is a fucking thing.
It may just be my imagination. Whatever it is that's watching, it's not human.
Gentlemen, you are about to witness for approximately 61 cents the perfect homemade silencer.
That sure is some silencer.
Just drive over to my place, kick back, get some tequila.
They're in my hair, on my skin. They're all over the place.
This is a world getting progressively worse. Can we not agree on that?
What's on dessert menu?
Damage has taken place to the normally dominant left hemisphere, and the right hemisphere is attempting to compensate.
Two hemispheres of my brain are competing.
Yes.
I could be murdered.
How'd I get here?
I tip my hat to any entity that could bring so much integrity to evil.
What if they come in through the back door or the bathroom window like that infamous Beatles song?
Just sacrifice someone without them ever knowing it.
What does the scanner see? Into the head? Into the heart? Does it see into me? Clearly? Or darkly?
Just awe-inspiring stuff.
Yeah, it has quite a cast. And at the same time, is proper fucked up. Good luck. Yeah, and at the time, was not rated at all, despite the fact that it's so different. And contains, you know, some real quality talent as far as actors are concerned. Although, admittedly, at this point in time, Downey Jr. was not... He was recovering from his little drug-fueled hiatus from movie making, and so was not particularly hot yet. He had yet to become Iron Man and recover his career. Yeah, Big Bad Ray. I was at university 20 years ago, almost 20 years ago, and high as a kite. I'd smoked a lot of pot, and then we came home from a night out, and this got put on, and my mind melted. It sucked me in a way that I was not prepared for. Legasp. Legasp. That is correct. I have in the past smoked a drug that is legal in many countries, and let's be real, is in comparison to some of the things that we apparently legally allow, like tobacco and alcohol, not that concerning. But, you know, we live in a modern day and age, and so tobacco and alcohol are fine, but other things aren't. So, you know, I do enjoy logic. I say this mostly as someone who smokes tobacco, and honestly has a bit of a chip on my shoulder about the fact that when I was growing up, tobacco was encouraged. Not encouraged. No, it was fucking encouraged. It was easily accessible. It was advertised everywhere. It was made to be cool. And that was fine then. Now, I get to be a pariah that funds my damnation with the tax I pay on cigarettes because my government didn't protect me when it should have done. But will now happily harm me when it has the opportunity. It was allowed everywhere. I remember being able to go from school at age 13, 14. I could go from my school down to a local corner shop and I would buy a pack of 20 cigarettes and I would get a free lighter and there would be advertising everywhere and I would have seen it on TV, I would have seen it on sporting events, I would have seen it everywhere and it was totally cool and fine to the extent that James Bond did it. James Bond did it. The coolest guy there is as far as a British citizen is concerned. 007 was a smoker. An open smoker. He did it because it made him look cool. Now, pariah. Now I am all that is wrong with society. Despite the fact that at least in the UK, the taxation from cigarettes is so high that it easily covers the impact on the national health system for like how much smokers cost. God, trust me, I don't want to be here. Well, yeah, that's the problem, Kate, is it doesn't. You're right, but you know what I mean? It's like, from a perspective of someone who smokes, the amount of money I put into our government is ridiculous. But you will be punished for it. You are now a social pariah. More than that here, Wolf. Yeah, please don't let your kids or anyone know smoke. Please don't push on anyone that does. Anyone that's already in the trap, please don't give them anything other than support when they ask for it. Don't push on them. Don't encourage them. Trust me, they know. They know they're not an idiot. No one's so stupid that the information is invisible these days. So please leave them to deal with it in their own time. But give all the encouragement you can when they do. Because it's a trap that we were not allowed a choice over. It was a trap that was encouraged and easily accessible and was just designed, as far as I can tell these days, to trap us into something that we're now addicted to, but costs us an insane amount of money. And yet the governments, not my government just explicitly, but governments in general, will not do the honourable thing, will not do the thing that would make sense. Known to cause... let's just have a quick look. Tobacco smoke contains over 70 substances known to cause cancer. You're willing to write that on the side of my packet, but you're not willing to ban selling the product? The fuck is wrong with you? You are supposed to be our elected guardians. And yet, even in 2025, you can write on the side of the packet and put an image of like a cancerous eye being peeled open on the packet to make me feel like a criminal. But you're the one that's fucking selling it, and you're the one that's profiting from it. I don't profit from being addicted to this. You do. Government entity. That then simultaneously turns around and uses smoking is why the NHS is struggling so hard. I wish I had the constitution to actually go and fight this fucking hypocrisy that just infects everything. This is just one tiny example of the shit that just flies because we've got morals unless the bank balance is big enough or there's a concern that by standing behind something, we might lose power instead of gain it. You fake, shallow fucking individuals. Every last one of you that makes it to any sort of political success are just the base tier of sellout. I know the system is corrupting. I know that there's so much in the way, but every last one of them. And we support this. We help this because we buy it. Every last one of them is a fucking sellout. And I can hate them for it all I like, but the end reality is, the reason it's like this is because we elect them. Because we buy them selling out.
.125, I was on a mining colony on Mars. Just a quiet backwater facility among the stars.
And then one day, I was minding my own business. I was mining my own ore. And there you were. Space arsehole.
In a truck flying off a ridge. smashed my boss right in the face. Space asshole, planting charges left and right. Space asshole, all he does is annihilate and fight. I didn't sign up for this, I just wanted to get away somewhere remote.
It feels appropriate.
Where I could earn myself a day's pay without being smoked. But every time I think it's safe, every time I
The whole thing is messed up. It's all broken. In Europe, we are grey. We get led by wet, ineffectual individuals with no policy other than we should make minor changes to the existing status quo. And in the US, you get individuals that want to make sweeping changes, but they're fucking morons. And have no idea what they're doing. And ironically, I totally get it. Because, please, someone say something different. Please, stop being grey. And unfortunately, shot number one at electing non-grey person has not gone great. But I'm so behind the idea of someone representing and actually having enough popular vote to shake things up. Because fuck my life. The choice in the UK is between more on A and more on B, both of whom will do literally nothing. Except for a couple of minor, or what they believe to be minor policy changes that do things like, whoops, accidentally manage to make a goof big enough that it's distracting from America. It's distracting from American politics. It's a big enough goof. Well done. Well done. You thought you'd picked something random that would be important. We're gonna make sure that the internet is safe. And instead what you did was look like a tool on a level that is global scale. Yeah, please have pride for your states. For the US, please don't look at this as some outsider giving you criticism. This is outsider criticizing the system in general. And of all of it, honestly, the US seems to, at least you guys have some choices. There's some differences between your political candidates. I guarantee you, in for all of the drama, for all of the news, Europe is just someone with a slightly different opinion to someone else, and you're like, all right, there you go. You've got fucking those people over there are the fascists, and those people over there are liberals, and you're like, but seriously, they disagree over a tiny little bit of policy, and that's it. At least the US have got some fucking energy. At least you've still got some drive to do something. Everyone else seems to have fucking given up and just accepted that this is okay. I'm not saying they're good choices, but they're at least, as I said, it's at least a sign that people haven't given the fuck up. There's some passion there. You don't, like, the only reason you see passion in Europe is because everyone's like, oh, wow, in the United States they do things, maybe we should copy that. And then you go and see what we do, and it's just the lamest shit. Yeah, with the exception of France, who, to be fair, if we should model ourselves on anybody, we shouldn't be modeling. This is something weird to say as a British person, but we should be taking the French approach. The French are the only European country that are willing to turn around and just say to their government, no, sorry. Yeah, you might make the law, but there's 100,000 of us and we have tractors. So, fuck you. But it's weird because the French are special, but they've become special in the right way. It's strange when we end up in this scenario where we're just like, actually, the French, I think you guys have got it. You've figured out how to protest and really piss off your government in a way that doesn't result in like military response because it just doesn't work. It's protests in the best possible way. Like, no, we're not storming Parliament. We're not, causing major like crime level stuff. No, what we're doing is we're driving our tractors down the road really slowly. Because, would you like to point at me the law that says sorry. Monsieur, please direct my attention to the law that says I cannot drive my tractor slowly. I do not see it. I can drive my tractor slowly whenever I like. I just happen to be driving it slowly with my 45 friends, who are also driving slowly on the main highway between Paris and Lyon. It is unfortunate for you, monsieur. And then the cops are like, should we cause a problem about this? And then they look and they're like, shit. There's like 600 farmers in tractors here. I'm not sure we have the equipment to deal with that. How do you deal with 600 tractors? Fuck it. All right then. We give in. Thank you, Frenchman. We need more of that. No, but I'm sure they would. But look at it from this perspective. I think part of that is because, I hate to say this, guys, because the farmers would also have assault rifles. And so the excuse is really easy. And even if they don't have assault rifles, they have the potential of having assault rifles. And so you're already in this position where it's easy enough to just go, yep, tanks. And even then, I still think if you got enough Americans that didn't break out their mobile phones and so on, and instead just stuck with the fucking protest on a legitimate level, on a large enough scale, the sort of scale the French pull off. You know, the French blockade, when they do this, it's 100,000 people. 100,000 farmers just like, fuck you, French government, we're blockading your ports. And they stick together. If that were to happen in the US, but be completely unarmed otherwise, I think you'll find that the result would be very different, because the media impact would be so severe. But it becomes so easy when those protests are not a bunch of actual workers in their daily work equipment just going no, but instead are people in masks with vests and guns. Even if it's just a potential. Also, the farming situation in the US is entirely corporate, whereas in Europe it's not. So it ends up being quite different from that perspective. Europe is a lot of very small, individual, family-owned farms for the most part that are then franchised out, or not franchised, but then supply larger companies, as opposed to the US approach where it is just plain owned, and most of the land is owned by much larger, much larger groups. Hey, I'm not saying this is exclusively true. I'm just saying that the norm in Europe is that there is not a corp running the land directly. The norm in Europe is you have an independent farmer operating a small plot of land, and 600 acres. You're already bigger than a lot of farms in the UK. And then they are selling as an independent to larger corporations, as opposed to the corporation directly owning and operating the family group below them. And honestly, all you got to do is look at a top-down map of the UK and you can see it in action. You see the segregation of all these fields. That tells you everything you need to know about how many individual groups are operating the land. I'm not talking about specifically who owns the land. I'm talking about how broken up it is between individual controllers. I'm talking about how many individual people are contributing to, or individual groups are contributing to it. There is very little large-scale group ownership of farmland, be it between a family, be it between a corporation in the UK. It is predominantly small ownership, not dissimilar to slightly more old school times where you have a farm like here that owns this area, and that's it. And it's all like that. There is no big land ownership conglomerate. And with that, you end up with a slightly different, not even slightly different. You end up, I suspect, with a quite different way in which this stuff is represented. For better or worse, I don't know. But I think in general, this sense of independence, and it is very prevalent in France, results in more people being willing to turn around and go, yeah, I'm going to kick up a fuss because I might only control a little bit of land, but I control that land. And alongside my buddies, we can say, hey, we're going to cause a problem. And there's not there's not a scenario there where there's an easy counter to it. There's a bit more independence in European farming, basically. There's a little bit more room in European farmers turning around and saying, nah, I'm not going to play ball. I'm going to drive my tractor down to the port and I am going to blockade the roads. And with that, I'm going to be really hard to deal with because I'm not doing anything that's aggressive or I'm driving my tractor slow. I just happen to be driving it slow on the highway. And this is all legal. Yeah, I'm not trying to say it's better. I'm saying that they have, because of how Europe is, like the European farming situation is organized, European farmers have a surprisingly large amount of political power. And not from a perspective where there's a lobbying group or something that has lots of power. No, from the perspective where like the actual individuals have quite a lot of power. And I wish potentially more people were like the French and actually went and utilized this power occasionally, because the French are particularly good at just going, no, this is bullshit. And we're going to tell you it. And we're going to do it in a way that I think the best bit about the French approach is it's brutal for the UK because it ends up impacting tourism more than anything else. But the French processed approach is they don't go and blockade Paris. They blockade the ways in and out of the country. They make it as awkward as possible to move the goods they sell. And with it, it just so happens to impact massively tourism. Block infrastructure, but not infrastructure that intrinsically hurts your own country's infrastructure, which I think is kind of like it hurts imports and exports and tourism, which is a really nicely, as far as you can do it, it's really directed straight at the government. Like, you go and blockade Paris, and this is a big problem in the UK. The UK like to protest as well, but the way we do it is with strikes on things like they'll go and strike on Christmas Eve on the rail system. Or they'll try, last year, not last year, the year before last, they tried to have an emergency services strike on Christmas Day. And tried to get their plan was for the emergency services to strike on Christmas Day. And I get it. Like, you're trying to make maximum impact. The problem is, when you do that, what you do is lose all public support. Because you're not hurting the government. You're hurting individuals. Much like with the, but we're not going to run a train service on, but another one was we're going to strike on New Year's Eve/day. So people can't get home from New Year's Eve. Like, who are you trying to hurt with this? What point are you trying to make? Because what this does is piss everybody off. And the end result is you don't win favor by doing that because you get blamed for it, not the government. Understand you're standing for a cause, a point, but that gets lost. People take notice, but not in the way they want. Meanwhile, you get situations like in France where, they're big on the news, but your average Frenchman experiences nothing. But the government is busy going, well, fuck this. Imports, exports, all screwed. And no, right, we need to change subject. Sorry. A Frenchman has appeared, and this is clearly not a safe subject any longer. Yeah, but I mean, when the population of the UK is the population of one of your states, it's a massive scale, don't get me wrong, but you're a much, 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 much larger country than that. But you are Europe, not the UK. If you want a comparison, you can't compare to a country. You are a series of states contained into one union. You are Europe, not UK. So, you can have the population of the UK as protesters, although I doubt that. 68 million is the current population of the UK. But anyway, that would equate to, as far as I understand it, about 20% of the entire population of the US processing. But in reality, a more fair comparison is comparing it to the entirety of the EU, because that's when we're talking about, equal land area. Okay, so about half the size of the UK then. No, US is like 364. US is no, maybe not 360. 330. There you go. Yeah, I'm just like, no, I think I've overestimated that. Messing the numbers up. I haven't looked them up recently, but UK being at 60, I think we're 67.4, 68 area at the moment, and US is a lot bigger than the UK. It's much more comparable to the total of the US of the EU. Well, as is the EU. If you consider that there are 68 million people here, but the EU covers essentially the entirety of this area, yeah, we're pretty spread out too. The main difference is that in the EU, each individual state has more say in the process, but with that comes less unification and more inter-conflict. Again, not better, just different scenario. If an individual nation in the EU protests, it's a big deal. If an individual state does, not so much, despite the fact that they are population and area-wise quite similar. No, I think it comes down to simply, I mean, all you've got to do is compare the President of the United States and the President of the European Union from a level of control perspective, and you can see that they're just intrinsically different structures. The President of the States of America has a lot of control over the States of America. The President of the European Union doesn't. Each individual state still contains and still maintains more independent authority versus the structure of the United States. Because the European Union isn't structured in quite the same way. And not in quite the same way, it's structured very differently. It's independent countries that came together to form a union, as opposed to states that, to some extent, were familiar with being a union from a very early stage. And so you have an overriding president that has authority to do actions across the entirety of the states of the US, but the president of the European Union has no such authority. I'm honestly not interested in discussing which is better from the perspective that right now I believe both are a failed, like both of, not failed, but both of them are not succeeding in what they claim their goals are. Neither demonstration of how to structure this is resulting in something good at the moment. Both are underperforming. So, I am 100% not saying that this is the way to do it. I am just saying that there is a quite intrinsic structure difference between the two, because one of them formed later down the line and with that was more unified, and one of them has spent a good 1,500 years fighting each other before they decided to get together. And so they are very much not down for, you know what, let's have one guy or one party or one group define what the whole region looks like, because fuck no, it wasn't that long ago before we were fighting. History has developed the two differently. Are either doing the right job? Not in my opinion. In my opinion, conflict is just going to hold us back as a species to the point where it's too late to do anything about our more grand problems, or too late to do anything about the fact that we are living on a ball of stuff that has finite resources and a finite lifespan, and instead we're going to be too busy fighting each other and standing on our own castles to come to a consensus and actually just sort it the fuck out. And some are better than that than others, but the reality is, hey, take a quick look. No one's managed it. No one's achieving it. Not a single example of this working. And most of the institutions that we used to stand by are being eroded. And the biggest example I can give of this is NASA. From a non-US perspective, from an outside perspective, I am just gutted to see what was just an institution no longer be given the opportunities that it deserves. And instead become a second player to a private company. But grey raining, that should not be the way. NASA was an inspiration for the world. Fuck you, Rayleigh. I so disagree with that. It's unreal. I don't care how NASA might have been founded. And the reasons for why it got its original investment, because yes, it's a Cold War generation. It's a Cold War thing. But the people within it, the scientists and the work they did, fuck that. They enabled cooperation on a global scale that is unprecedented to this day. We have Russian and American scientists on a space station together at this very moment. No one else and no other organization has enabled the best bit of humanity, the exploration bit of humanity, as well as NASA has. I wish we had some equivalent in the UK to look up to. We just don't. NASA is it. No, it 100% can't, Shaq. You're right. Conflict is inherent to us as a species, and we will never be done with it, and we'll never remove it. I'm sad that right now the end result is not working out as I hoped it could be. There is room there for that conflict to be channeled in the right ways, and we're not doing a great job of that. And NASA being a great example, because NASA was just such an inspiration. And, you know, honestly, I have a fair bit of respect for SpaceX. I'm not a massive fan of Elon, as you guys will know, but I have a fair bit of respect for SpaceX. That, you know, that is a company that is pushing boundaries, no question. But man, I just wish that those same scientists were working for NASA, because that program had continued to be supported and funded, instead of working for a private company where everything is always a bit more in question. If nothing else, because having institutions that you can have legitimate pride in for your country, I think is healthy. Especially if those institutions are ones that are just furthering the species as a whole. Look, put it this way. I have disagreed with Shaq on a number of occasions. At no point have I punched him, launched intercontinental ballistic missiles at him, or anything of the similar. It's okay to have a different opinion. Shaq is too pretty to hurt. You know I have lung. You know I have a lung infection still, right? Hey, I have long flowing hair. Hey, I would like to be very clear. I don't know where this "we live in the worst time" thing came from, but that's not something I said. Yeah, no. I just want to be very clear. It's like, I am not in agreement with that. We live in the continual cycle of advancement and life, and right now things are more tense. We're at a more tense period in this cycle. We definitely do not live in the worst time. We live in a fucking amazing time. The amount of advancement and technology and opportunities we have is incredible. So no. I am with Shaq here. It's like, no. I'm sitting in front of a triple monitor setup, talking to people from across the globe from my bedroom. No, well, we're in an all right place. Are we in a conflicted and stressful place right now as far as a global position is concerned? Definitely. But that doesn't affect quality of life. Not yet. It could. 100% could. But has not, unless you happen to live in certain specific areas of the world, in which case I wish you the best. Good luck. Did I say it couldn't be better? If I did, then that was definitely inaccurate. Of course it could be better. There's always room to improve. But we are living in a pretty sweet piece of existence right now. Especially if, depending on where you live. There are definitely some exceptions to this. But if you are a Western living individual, if you're in the US or in Europe, the areas we're talking about, chances are you've got a lot of opportunities, a lot of sport, you're living pretty good. Yeah, we're on the up and down curve. And I honestly, I disagree a little bit with the idea that how chill the 90s were and now we're living like it's Cold War days. What we're living in is a period where just the big war doesn't involve us. It's still happening. For someone else, World War III is going on in 2 different places. We're just not involved. At least not directly. But for multiple nations on the ground, 100% World War is going on right now. And honestly has been for a while. It's not even right now is unique. I actually wasn't talking about the Cold War front that's going on up there. I was referring to the other one. Mr. Great. What do you mean, remind me the other one? Huh? Okay, so you have Russia and NATO test each other's equipment against each other using Ukraine as a proxy going on right here. And then down here, yeah, you have what we call the war crimes. This whole area, kind of fucked up. Relatively small military that used to be when the USSR and later states were still present until they gained independence. The military factory, war source of the Russian Empire was the Ukraine. This is where their military might came from. This is where their factories were. This is the people that had the ability to build all of the tanks, etc., that Russia were using was Ukraine. It was their industrial heart. And the only reason they're not still running around with nuclear weapons is because Russia made an agreement when Ukraine left the motherland, that if they submitted their nuclear weapons, then they would never be under threat. Russia would never threaten them in any way and guarantee their independence as long as they gave up all of the nukes that they had and built, because that's where they were. Now, there's a reason Ukraine is sticking up pretty hard, and there's a reason that Russia wants it. It's because it holds a lot of what was the USSR. There's a reason Chernobyl's down there. You don't, and a number of their other nuclear power plants, is worth noting. You don't build your infrastructure in an area because it's not important. But no, I was more referring to the internal, well, as I think a number of people have said as more intelligent analysts, World War III takes place in the Middle East. And it's kind of happening now. Or at least starting to begin. And this one won't necessarily involve us. Not directly. And so, from the perspective of everyone else, yeah, it's not happening. Honestly, and people might strongly disagree with this, I absolutely see no reason why Russia should not still be within the UN. Their input is massively valuable. They are an enormous player on the global stage. The real problem is simply that why people have vetoes at all. None of us should have a veto. I understand the Security Council and its reasons for existing. Hell, I am a pretty experienced amateur or mock UN debater. I've done it on European levels where I've been to some pretty big events. I know how this system works. But it should not still allow a range of countries that, some of which, for example, why the fuck is the UK still allowed a veto? We're important for what reason exactly? There's 68 million of us. I mean, I guess we have nukes. I guess Security Council has basically devolved into who has nukes. Well, no, we were important, Gray. We were important. But a lot's changed since World War II. Now? Is the UK's opinion important in a global stage? I don't think so. You see where I'm coming from is just... Well, no, but at one point I feel like nukes mattered, Shaq. It's just I was desperately trying to find a reason why why we mattered, why we were in there, and the answer is because we were important in World War II. But since then, not so much. But the end result, why does anyone have a veto? Why are there special people that get to go, yeah, but I understand the global consensus is this, but what if no? Darkwind, I would love that as a mindset. If only we were a voice for the entire Commonwealth. If only we had a setup that was the UK as speaking for the Commonwealth countries. Maybe there'd be more of them. Maybe more of them wouldn't have gone, fuck you, Queenie, recently. Or not even fuck you, Queenie. It's more fuck you, Kingy. Because I feel like the second Elizabeth passed away, everyone else was just like, okay, so that was the one thing the UK had going for them? is your queen was actually kind of badass. So now you don't have a queen. Now you just got a dude with big ears. Nah. Maybe we move on. That's because Lizzie was badass. She was a badass queen. The last of the badass queens. Hey, by the way, I became queen because my parents died fighting in the war, so now I'm queen when I'm a teenager. And actually, I'm still kind of cool because I'm still a teenager and I'm still going to act like one. But also, I'm going to fight in the fucking war and I'm going to do what I can. And then, yeah, just... She just wasn't a token head of state. She gave a shit. She did her things. And now we've got big ears. From Postman Pat. And he's supposed to represent us on a global stage. Is it from Noddy? A doll. I would make a perfectly fine politician, thank you, Mr. Keddies. Because I would say, is it from Noddy? Doll. And that's where it would end. Screw you, my friend. Oops, I messed up my early cartoons. Sorry, it's been a while. No, I would be a shit politician because I'm not willing to sacrifice my soul for still surviving. And with that would become like the things I would stand on as a politician would never get me elected. Because, you know, I would do silly things like actually tell people that, look, by the way, if you want to fix problems, that doesn't come without money. Later down the line, once the problem is fixed, yeah, we can probably trim down all of the excess that existed before. That was unnecessary because it was never done right to begin with. But the way this begins is you're going to have to pay more. I'm sorry, but first things first, we need to set up the thing that should have been done. And then we can make the savings from getting rid of the bloat that actually exists. But no one will stand behind that. And people will lobby against it. You'll be asking people to do something they don't want to do while simultaneously fighting against people with more money than you to persuade people that actually this is a dumb idea and tear my character apart. And that's politics. Is you could put something forward that is legitimately a solution and legitimately presented in a way that's entirely truthful, and you will still be destroyed. You have no chance by doing it that way. You're not wrong, Jack. But all I'm really saying by this is that's a shame, because really it shouldn't be. If we wanted it, you're right. I feel bad for every politician. And I'm not even blaming them, because I cannot see any way of entering this system and going in legitimately as a politician without coming out the far end. Either you fail at hurdle one, or you start making concessions, or you start chipping away a little bit at what your original ideals were. You have to sacrifice a bit here and there to make it palatable, to give yourself a chance. And how long is it playing that game before you fail? But before there's nothing left. Yeah, exactly. There is no good choices. And to be acceptable, to be electable, this was my point. This is a reason I don't think I'd be any good in politics, is because I would not be electable. I would not go anywhere. Because I would advertise and I would stand behind policies that people wouldn't like, and I would fail at hurdle one. I wouldn't even become a local councillor. I wouldn't get, I would get nowhere. Because no one wants to agree to that. No one wants to go, yep, I'll spend some more money on the promise that this guy knows what he's talking about. I'd love to think that I could come in with some big, objective, look, guys, let's pull it all together. This is how we can solve this problem. I can explain the issue. I can explain how we're all self-destructive in this. And I could present it as best as I could. And it would not matter in the slightest. Yeah, Kate, when's you free? I think it's important to do large sweeping changes, yeah, Rick? But the way to do those is by focusing on sweeping changes to a very specific area, one at a time. You have your priority list and you work down it, because a lot of what we're dealing with needs sweeping changes. Just looking at the UK, for example, NHS. Massive problem, massive expenditure, totally broken system. Needs huge amount of rework, but you could not even consider doing anything else at the same time. That on its own is the sort of thing that, unfortunately, because of governmental structure, you have an election every 4 years. That's 4 years is not enough time to fix the NHS. It just isn't. All it is enough time to fuck you over as a political party. You want to know why no one's doing it, Katie's? Because everyone knows that the problem is so deep that all you'll ever do is make yourself look like you broke it in one parliament session. One session, 1 4-year period. All you'll do is make it look like you fucked it over. Because it's going to cost an enormous amount of money and it's going to cause enormous disruption. And at the end of it, no one votes you back in. It doesn't get finished. You just get remembered as the party that spent all that money. Later, Lenny Guzman. You can't, no, but Katie's, the NHS is beyond just fixing a plank. Because the problem with the NHS isn't that like individual departments don't work well. The problem with the NHS, so hey, people that don't live in the UK, here's a little lowdown on the NHS. The NHS is broken into county regions. So, you see all those little borders? Each one of those has its own NHS trust. That trust operates explicitly the hospitals, GPs, etc. in that region. Since the NHS was formed, each one of these operates independently. There is no overriding system above all of these things. Or there is, but the overriding system was added so much later on that these entities essentially don't communicate with each other. The way records and your medical records are held to this day in the UK is based off of each NHS trust's individual requirements But almost all of it is in physical paper format. Below my local hospital is an entire floor the same size as the hospital that contains paper records of every patient they've ever visited. And these records are the official ones. There is no official digital system in the UK for holding patient records. Individual trusts might hold a digital system, but these systems do not collaborate universally across everyone. There are a few occasions where a few trusts have got together and their systems cross over between each other, but not always. You don't know. Depends on where you are. Yeah, we're specifically talking about UK. So, if I am, say, a resident of the county I am, down here, I'm in this area, and I need treatment in a hospital up here, I'll get stuck in, they'll request my records, and then someone needs to physically go and find them and in some way send them over. If you have not been a recent patient, this legitimately involves someone going down to the basement of the hospital and looking through cabinets upon cabinets upon cabinets, fucking Loki style, to find your record and pull it out, which is in a physical file still, and only exists in the records of the hospital that you are present at. Your local hospital has those records. Nowhere else do these exist. Yes, it will. These days, it's not faxed. It goes through one of a number of third-party systems where you scan and attach a file that then gets digitally registered. So they're sort of trying to do an intermediary, well, if this system runs for long enough, we'll have every file on record. But everything archived is fucked. So now, imagine trying to reform that system. Now, imagine trying to fix this mess where so much of it, where the entire archive for the 68 million people that live in the UK for the last, and since the NHS has existed, so like 1920s, is in physical only format and only held at your local hospital. Oh no, I get it, Katie's, but I'm trying to sort of. And then get everyone to play on that same system. So all of that information now needs to be captured accurately and then accurately shared across the whole country. And so, yeah, it doesn't happen because no one is willing to spend, no one is willing to commit their tenure in government to a premise of spending that much money. Because the cost to reform this system is just mind-blowing. Well, not only that, Gray, but think about it like this. Within each one of these areas, so using my area as a perspective, it's not like within this, everything is unified. Within this area, you have maybe 1,500 independent medical centers that are either public or private, all of them operating entirely independently of each other. They are all their own independent entities. You register with one specifically, and that one is operating. Yes, you end up with an NHS trust area. Don't worry, this part I understand very well, Katie's something to do with being in a band called John and the Medics. No, more that went up at the moment. So to put this into perspective, since the band has formed, they're no longer all NHS medics. One of them is now fully private, still as a emergency responder, but private emergency responder. And then another one is currently going through training to join a private situation as well. Yeah, it's funny sitting back and listening to him try and then persuade everyone else. It's just like, hey, dude, private is the shindig you want to be at. By the way, this is a pretty good deal sort of setup. Yep. Oh, indeed. And this is what I'm looking at. Is these are people that used to be NHS responders and are now just like, yeah, dude, you should just go private. You make way more money and your hours are way better. And how can you say no to that? You know what's the best bit about this particular band? It was explicitly formed because, and I'm 100% behind this, because there is another band that these guys know that do their own band, like medic band stuff. The operates out of the same hospital. And so this is why we exist. are they any good? Electric 6, that's cheating. Yeah, it's literally John, as in me, and 4 paramedics. Like, these guys have you sorted. It pretty much doesn't matter what happens. Between them, you're good. So, as far as I understand it, we have one emergency vehicle driver, just basically drives ambulances for a living, on emergency response. We have one official, like, trauma nurse. So, person that is called to the more severe events to deal with handling, like, initial trauma events. So, if you're missing a leg, for example, this sort of person. How do you deal with man missing a leg? Then we have person that is called in explicitly for when you are in a position where you know the upcoming event, or you have been called in after, requires prescription of drugs that are 100% on the dangerous level. So, you know, if you need someone to be able to be qualified to say, yep, we're good to deliver morphine on site, this is the dude. And then the final guy is a paramedic with the helicopter division. So he is the dude that is trained to rope you and trained to rope from a helicopter if need be in order to deliver not necessarily like immediate detailed care, but like tourniquet you, wrap you up, and then get you on the fucking helicopter into the hospital ASAP. That's our biggest advertisement for. We want to do weddings because weddings are worth pretty sweet bucks, and there's not much of a better recommendation for hiring a band for a wedding than, by the way, also 4 of the 5 members of the band are like very qualified paramedics that can deal with basically any medical situation you might need. That's worth extra cash right there. And with the extra advantage that somewhere down the line, it's going to become relevant, and then you end up in the newspapers. There's like local band rescues heart attack victim halfway through set. While bassist continues playing because he ain't a medic. Morning. Staying alive. Wolfganger, if you're wondering, 120 BPM is your target, and staying alive is a good one. BG's got you covered.